What's up, everybody? This is Slide on them TV. This is my first StreamYard podcast slash TV show. I would like to say thank you to everybody that's in the chat. Thank you to everybody that's going to be pulling up, getting on the panel, and anybody in the future that want to do that. And you just want to look and you don't want to subscribe for right now. You want to fall back a little bit, evaluate some things. I'm cool with that too. As long as we keep some eyes and some ears on what I got going on. What's happening? Goat Mike, John Wick, Bad Boy for Life. I'm trying to figure out how to drop the fucking link in the I figure out man, this shit is so confusing, bro. Trying to tell you. Okay. Okay. What's up, everybody? I'm trying to figure out how to drop that fucking link down there. I don't know what happened to the Saints, Don Levito. I don't know, bro. I think they'd be a lot better when Mike Evans come back. I don't like Roman either, but you gotta respect him. Salute low life legend. And salute especially the GOAT Mike podcast, LA Kingdom. I wouldn't even have the idea to do this shit if it wasn't for him actually tell you the truth. I'm gonna be honest with you. GOAT Mike was the spark that started this fire. Okay, bet. I got it now. Hold up one second. All right. looks like I dropped that link so we can get started. We can definitely get started here.
Yo, what's good?
What's happening? Cuba the GOAT and Cash D King.
Yup, we out here, bro.
I
Everybody
just
make sure to subscribe to the boy.
Yeah, even if you don't subscribe, you just want to evaluate things and fall back and look at things and just want to be entertained before you make that decision. I'm all good with that. As long as I got some eyes and some ears and I'm able to bring some content, bring some entertainment, that's all I'm trying to do.
Yep, right there with you.
Hey man, you gotta get heated. You need some goddamn some heat. You get somebody saying that Jordan the GOAT or somebody, then debate their ass.
Yo, yo,
Hey,
yo, your boy
hey,
Goat in the
slide.
building.
You gotta get SFM
Uh-oh.
out here.
Yeah, you gotta
You
get
gotta
the
throw
first argument
SFM
on the
out here.
stream. God damn
Your
it.
boy, your boy Goat.
Damn, I'm playing horrible, man.
Hey,
I had to
besides the
support my
Lakers
boy
looking
Lance. You
horrible
feel me?
yesterday.
Hey, what's good, Don? Cuba the Goat Cast. What's good? What's good, gang?
What's up,
What's
Mike,
Gucci?
Cash, Cuba?
We out here
What up,
Yo,
supporting
Cash?
dog,
real,
it's been a long
gang.
time.
So
Now, now right
Supporting
now,
everybody channel. That's what's up, man. Everybody support everybody. You feel me? Everybody
Yeah, for
support
sure.
my ass.
Go, Mike, stay bringing up,
Yesterday,
yo.
OKC.
slow
Yeah,
song,
what's up
I just
here?
want
John
to let
Wick,
y'all.
uh, yeah, slow songs, like and subscribe. Glad you in here. Everybody that's in the chat,
Hold
glad
on,
you in
real
here.
quick. I'm gonna drop out. And I'm gonna drop back in. Hold on.
Nah, go, Mike, you good now? He
Hey,
dropped out.
hey, I just want to say something real quick. If you have anything personal, any personal beef, please leave that in the private chat, and we can try to referee it and you know sort that out. I don't want nobody really like threatening or saying anything against anybody's sexual orientation or
yeah, don't get
bringing
naked on there.
bringing up any kind of religion or politics, bro, because that'll scare people off. I'm not like I'm saying. You're free to speak on just about whatever else outside of those things mentioned, which
Oh,
is
for
a
real?
lot of shit.
So
Mm-hmm.
we can speak on anything.
Hey, so what did y'all think of Kendrick Nunn's performance yesterday?
He wasn't
Um,
perfect last night. He wasn't perfect yesterday, but you know we gotta see some more of him.
I definitely don't like them trying to make Taylor Horn Tucker a point guard because he was practically running point.
Yep.
Like it was a lot of plays he was running point. I don't like that. He just kind of let them go out there and sort it out themselves, which is okay. You know what I mean? Everybody just going out there doing whatever. It's a preseason game, but we got to start implementing a game plan. We got to start really laying down the groundwork because you see Anthony Davis was pissed off after that. He was pissed off about
At
losing
who?
that way.
Oh, losing.
Slide. That's
Losing
why I
that.
said we need to trade that. We need to trade that boy THT. That's what I've been saying. I don't think he fits the team well.
They want to
I
win
think you
now.
need to trade him. I'll
Okay,
trade
so
him for a wing player.
okay, what wing player would you trade him for?
Dorian Finney-Smith from Dallas, so he can defend wings. You can put him on KD, Kawhi, those wing players who you don't want LeBron or Reza Garden. You put Dorian Finney-Smith on one of those guys.
Why
He
would the
gonna make it
Mavs
work.
give up
How we gonna get Finney
him?
Smith cash?
Cause what the Mavs need, they need another shot creator, another scorer on their roster. Right now, they just got
Then Lamar said that was their best
Luca.
defender.
Yeah, that's the best defender.
So they
But
gonna trade away
sometimes you
their
gotta
best
sacrifice
defender.
defense for offense. Sometimes you need to sacrifice defense for offense. And THT, he'll flourish on that roster.
I
He can
don't know
give you
about
about
that.
15 to 20 points on the Mavs, in my opinion.
You said flourish.
He's
He'll flourish on that
storage.
roster because look, there ain't that many
Oh, my
stars over
sound
there.
keep
You
going
only
on
got
and off.
Luca and you got Porzingis who shows up sometimes. So he'll be that third option on that roster if THT got traded over there. You got Porzingis, who
I don't see
so
them
he'll
trading
be
on
that third
THT.
option on that roster. Yep, they might. I don't think they are, but I would trade him because I don't think he fits the roster. I think he's too redundant. He's like a rip off Westbrook on this team. He can't shoot. All he can do is drive to the
Why do you
basket.
want to try?
And we already got the guys who can do that
Hey,
besides him better.
hey, why you want to trade THT so bad, bro?
'Cause I just said I don't think he fits the team. He's like a he's the odd one out on this roster. The only reason why they resigned him is because they didn't want to lose him for nothing, and I think they want to keep him as trade bait just in case they want to make any more moves. So you don't just let him go away. You resign him, and now he has a sizable contract to where you can use it to make a deal for somebody decent or above average. That'll be a good role player that could fit in this roster. So like a wing player, I would a wing player like Dorian Finney-Smith. I would make that
Oh my
trade,
god.
and you may have to throw somebody in there. It's not You're not gonna just trade THT. You're gonna have to throw somebody in there as well to make the deal work. So maybe you'll throw in a draft pick, and you may have to if you really want a younger wing to defend those other guards or wings like James Harden or KD or Kawhi. You would have to throw in somebody else. You might have to throw in none potentially,
Okay, so
but
what do you think about
or a
THT
draft
for
pick.
Eric Gordon from Houston? THT for Eric Gordon in
I
Houston. What do you
would
think
do
about that?
that. I would do that in a
You think
heartbeat.
they'll do that?
I would definitely do that. He can play defense and he can shoot the lights out. You
How old is,
just automatically put him at the two spot right then and there if you trade for
well,
him.
how old is Eric Gordon anyway?
I don't know. He must be like 33 or something. Let me check.
Okay, so then they'll be getting an other old fart, huh?
Wait, hold on. He's 32, so he ain't that old. That ain't
Uh,
that old for a two guard. 32.
How old is he? He's 30. Eric Gordon, 32?
Yeah,
I thought he was older than that.
he ain't that old. That's a good age for a two guard for his caliber. I would
Well, he
trade
been in
for
the
him,
league since when?
and
Like,
he'll slide right there at the two spot. And it's not like the Lakers are gonna start Monk at the two spot. They're gonna bring him off the bench as a spark plug. So more than likely, Wayne Ellington is gonna be your two. So either way, you're gonna have an older two. Either way, but you have Eric Gordon. What he does better than Wayne Ellington is his spacing is a little better than Ellington's in terms of range, and he can drive to the basket too, and he can defend. So he's not like a one way player. He has different ways to score the ball, and he defends, and he can shoot the lights out. And when he gets hot, you saw for Houston, he was like their second or third leading scorer uh in that series in the bubble in 2020. He was one of the leading scorers. He was like second or third. When Russ was out, it was him and James Harden that were doing the most work on that team. He was averaging about 20 points. So he can score the ball pretty well. And yeah, he's a good driver and he can shoot the lights out. I would definitely put him at that two spot. He fits in perfectly with this roster. So yeah, I would trade THT for Eric Gordon. If Houston would accept that deal, you make that deal. And maybe just throw in a draft pick or something to sweeten it. Because they're trying to get rid of him anyway.
well,
So
I think
yeah,
I'll
I'd
be sending you. I'll
definitely
be
do that.
sending you a THT jersey. Don't worry, Cash.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. But nah, THT. I've never been. I've been one of the few guys that were never that high on THT. I felt like Laker fans were overhyping him to a little bit too far to the point to where I was like, y'all gonna be very disappointed when you see he's not what you guys expected because people really expect this dude to average about 15 points and be a star in the future, and I don't see that. I really don't. I think he's gonna be like a 10 to 13 points per game score on a good team. On a bad team, he may get you 18 to 20 points, but you aren't going to be winning with his style of play, in my opinion, because he's still pretty young. He still makes bonehead plays. His shooting still hasn't improved yet, as of yet that we see so far. So you trade him while he still has value, because if the season goes on and he continues to perform like he did yesterday throughout the season, if he doesn't get better, then his trade values are going to get lower to the point to where teams aren't going to really want him for a good piece off their bench. They're going to want him for a scrub or something like that. So he'll become untradeable at that point. So you trade him while he still has value, because last year, as the season went on, he was doing pretty well at the beginning, but towards the other half, he started playing very shitty, and his trade value got very low. And that's why they wanted more than just THT. They wanted another piece off the Lakers bench as well, because they didn't just want THT straight up. So I'm not too high on THT, and I'm on the board of he should be traded by the trade deadline, but more so not even the trade deadline, like early on in the season while he still has value. Because right now he still has the hype around him. LeBron keeps praising him. There are a bunch of social media posts about him being a future star and shit like that. So he still got the hype to the point to where, okay, a team may look at him and be like, okay, you got these great players, hyping this dude up and making him out to be a great player or a future star in this league. So I'm gonna trade for him, and I think that would be the best case scenario. I think the best case scenario for the Lakers would be getting a guy like Dorian Finney-Smith from the Mavs. That's the best case scenario if you trade THT for another piece. But other than that, you're definitely not going to trade him for another guard or anything like that for the most part, unless you just want a two guard that can defend like Eric Gordon. Then okay, you may do that deal because he fills in exactly what Frank Vogel likes, and that's a player that can defend and plays two ways, and that's what Eric Gordon does. He's one of the Rockets' best defenders on the perimeter, and he's one of their leading scorers on that roster, and he was always a starter for the most part. I think he's always been a starter for the Rockets since he's been there. So, and he won the 3-point shooting contest. He's always been an elite 3-point shooter. So he fits right in that Frank Vogel, scheme. And so I would make that trade. I would trade him for Eric Gordon or Dorian Finney-Smith, one of the two.
Uh, okay, so then he'll be coming off what the second unit on off the bench or what? THT, and who would you put him on the floor with?
You said you said is THT gonna come off the bench? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'm thinking he'll probably be the first or second unit off the bench, right? So who would you put him on the floor with?
Yeah. If let's say he does start off the season, okay, he's probably gonna be in the first unit off the bench, and you'll probably put him at the three spot, and you'll put Nunn at the one, you'll put Monk at the two, and then he'll be at the three, and then Melo will be at the four, And at the five spot, you know, he could just be playing with one of the starters, whether that's AED or Dwight or DJ. He can play with any one of those fives, depending on how they want to do it. But more than likely, if those guys come in, they're gonna bring in Dwight or ADs, or they're gonna leave AD in the game with them. But that's what's gonna look like.
Shit, I went from 8 to 18 subs in a half hour.
That's what's up. What's
Appreciate
up?
everybody that liked, shared, and subscribed before the stream started. While the stream is going on, uh, like the vibes, like the content. Even though we're not on a particular subject that brought us all here, but whatever y'all saying, if people still vibing to it, that's fine. We'll eventually get to the actual subject of the live, but just appreciate everybody being in here. And whether you agree or disagree, just keep it inbound and non-personal, and bring the stats and the facts, and keep it entertainment.
Yep. Hey, so Don, do you want to keep THT? Do you like THT?
Yeah, I think he's going to be good. The thing is that, it's preseason and it's okay to lose. That's the first game. These guys are starting to get to know each other a little bit on the floor. Um, I was very impressed with
Mm-hmm.
Malik
Hell
Monk.
yeah,
I
man.
was very impressed with Malik
Can't
Monk.
be like FYS.
Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Hopefully he keeps on improving because as a player, as an NBA player, professional, you're always trying to improve your craft, right? I mean, you don't have to go to a second job or anything like that. That's your job right there. And
Mm-hmm.
you're in that gym and you're working on your shots, you're working on your dribbling skills, and hopefully he's doing all that stuff. And
Yep.
maybe they do want him to run the point, when he comes off the bench. So I think he looks pretty good. He looked okay. Like I said, it's the first game of the season. You know, um, they still have to fill each other out. They still got to play. The only concern that I have with this team is Frank Vogel, and I want to see how Frank Vogel
Mm-hmm.
mixes and matches with these players. See what I'm saying? I want to see how he plays these
Yeah.
chess games.
Yeah.
That's and that's the only concern with me is on Frank Vogel and the health. Hopefully they can stay healthy. Because if they stay healthy as well, I think they can be
Right.
pretty dangerous.
Right. Cause yeah, Frank Vogel been making some stupid ass rotations. Like he'll make you, man, you'll be scratching your head watching this dude's rotations. Like he's the type of dude to where he would put Kent Bazemore in, even though he keeps breaking open shots from the 3 pointer. Unless because he'll see that on paper he's a good defender, so he'll keep on playing him at the two spot. That's the type of that's the type of person he is. Instead of focusing on what you really need at that moment, which is shooting, he'll prioritize defense over everything, and sometimes that can hurt you, because sometimes defense can't defense can't always carry you. Sometimes when you're in a shooting drought, you're gonna have to sacrifice some defense for offense. So if Kate Bazemore isn't hitting open shots, the defense he's playing, unless he's getting a stop on every possession, he's giving up points and he's not contributing much on the other side. So it negates his whole effort on defense because he's not hitting his shots. So sometimes you're gonna have to take him out. You have to put a guy like Monk or Ellington in there and hope that the team defense will be good enough to the point to where they're not gonna get exposed out there, right? So, but Frank Vogel, he'll make stupid decisions like putting a guy that isn't making his shots in the rotation, and even though they aren't fitting well with the rest of the roster, especially with LeBron and Russ, because with LeBron and Russ, you're gonna want as much floor spacing as you can. You know what I mean? So sometimes you're gonna have to sacrifice some of that defense that you have on the perimeter. Like Bazemore, you're gonna have to sit him down, and you're gonna have to put Monk and Ellington in there so they can stretch the floor for those guys out. And at the fourth spot, you might have to put Melo in there, even though Melo's not a good defender. You might have to sacrifice some of that defense for floor spacing for LeBron and Russ. So outside of those two, you still have you have three other guys that can hit perimeter shots, open looks at a good enough rate to the point to where you don't see a drop off in the offense, and it stays good and stable. Because last year we were having that type of offense to where when LeBron got off the floor, even when Schroeder was in there, our shooting was so bad that even though Schroeder could score some points for us, the rest of the team weren't hitting their perimeter shots, so our offense went stagnant. So we need to use our shooters this year. You can't always put those dudes who just play defense out there if they're not hitting their shots. And that's the way I look at it. Frank Vogel is definitely a big concern for me this year. I hope he does well. I'm praying for the best, that he realizes his mistake from last year by not playing those other players that could have gave you a spark off the bench. I hope he's learned from that and realizes that you're gonna have to put some more offense in there at times, and hope your team defense holds up on their end to the point to where your defense isn't garbage out there. But
And
Definitely a good take. Good take, Cash King. Good take.
that's
yep,
that's definitely facts. Cash, and the thing is, that's why the Lakers only signed him for a 1 year extension. If you notice about that, they want to see how he does this season. And to me, when I found out that they signed him to that 1 year extension, I was like, okay, the Lakers don't really trust him, but they're like, fuck it,
yo,
we're giving you a
nah,
pass
that's
from last season.
disrespectful. That's so disrespectful. A 1 year extension. That's disrespectful, yo. How many times have you heard the extension be only 1 year after you win a championship? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty mind-boggling in a sense where, you know what, Frank Vogel did lead him to the championship and got him a championship, or unless LeBron was coaching that whole bubble, the whole playoffs in the bubble, who
Hmm.
knows? But the thing is, um, because of what happened last season, and the Lakers are expected to go and repeat because Rob Pelinka got all these players, different players, and then they got rid of the old players. It like walked off. So I think Jeannie Buss and company decides, you know what, we're going to go ahead and give this guy a pass. And so we'll see how he does this year because number one, everybody's going to come back healthy. There's going to be fans in the stands. Everybody's going to be playing together. We're going to have like 4 to 5 months off before we start playing again. So let's go ahead and give him that 1 year extension where if he messes it up and he doesn't get the Lakers another chip, he's gone. Okay. So
Yeah,
that's what the Lakers are thinking, bro.
and I think that's why they got David Fizdale. They're putting pressure on Frank Vogel by putting head coaches on the assistant coaching staff. So you have guys. They literally put guys as the assistant coaches who potentially may take his spot. So they're putting a lot of pressure on him to succeed this year, and I like that they did that they did that. So he doesn't go all lackadaisical and you know experiments too much to the point to where he fucks up our offense. You know what I'm saying? Because if you do that, we're gonna ship you right out, and we're gonna put one of these former head coaches as our new head coach, like a David Fizdale. And so yeah, Frank Vogel got a lot on his plate this year to overcome in terms of this new roster. Because, like you said, we literally the only guys that came back from last year is AD, Bron, and who else we got from last year's roster still? THT
Yeah, THC, right?
and
Wesley Matthews never came back,
yeah.
right?
Nah, he's not back. So from last year's roster, only like three of our guys came back. Like, that's crazy. We got some of our former players from 2020 came back, but they didn't play last year. So it's gonna look a little different this year than it was in 2020, because this is a whole new roster from 2020. So even though they came back, the chemistry may still be there, but the play style this year is gonna be it's gonna be pretty different from 2020, because remember in the 2020 season we didn't have nobody in the 2020 season that could really create their own shot and create their own offense off the bench like that in 2020. That's why it was crazy, because what the Lakers in that season, because they lost out on so many good players since Kawhi turned down uh the Lakers offer to join them and went to the Clippers. Because he did that at the last moment, they lost a chance to get Seth Curry and some other good role players that they could have gotten for good deals in that year, and they had to settle for players like Danny Green, who wasn't the same player he used to be. They had to re-sign Alex Caruso, so they're basically relying on Kyle Kuzma to be that third option, but he didn't turn out to be what they wanted in that season. He was okay. He didn't live up to his potential that year. So, and he was our third leading scorer, averaging like 12 points as a third option. So we didn't really have that much scoring in the 2020 season, because I remember every time we went against the Clippers, their bench, the Clippers bench always outscored our bench by like 20 to 40 points, and that shit was crazy, because we had to get it had to be a whole team effort. It had to be okay. Maybe this guy's gonna step up. Maybe this guy's gonna step up. There was no definitive player that was gonna step up that night for us. That's why the stats in the playoffs, they showed, for the most part, the team only won when LeBron and AD combined for 60 plus points. That's what the stats showed, because they basically had to carry the offense, since they didn't really have scores like that on their bench or even the starting lineup besides them. So this roster right here is totally different, because now you got none. You got none. He can be a scoring option to go to whenever Braun and AD is off the floor. He can carry your offense at times. Melo can carry your offense at times. Mug can carry your offense at times. THT can. THT has developed uh, a bit since those last 2 years. He's developed a bit, so he's gotten better. So this time you got a lot of options to go to for your offense whenever Brian and AD sit down. Not to mention Russ. I forgot all about Russ too. So now it's gonna be totally different from 2020. That 2020 seasons. So the chemistry, although we've gotten some of our old players back, the play style is going to be way different from 2020, because we got the offensive options we didn't have that year. So I'm excited to see what they do. I'm excited to see what the rotation is going to look like. I really want AD to start the five. I really like that to happen. I'm not sure if he'll do it, because players talk a lot and they always say stuff, but then something totally opposite happens. So I don't know if he really will play the five, but I really hope he stays true to his word and he does play the five. And because that's when we're at our best, when he's at the five spot. So I can't wait for the season to start, bro.
I'm super hyped myself. I'm geeked up, man.
Yeah, this is gonna be one of the greatest seasons ever, in my opinion. I think, because now you got so many contenders, not only in the West but in the East now too. Like the East has gone far deeper than it has in the last 3 years. This time you got like legitimately you got like three championship contenders in the Eastern Conference. You got the Miami Heat, the Nets, and you got the Bucks. And the Sixers, I guess you could say the Sixers, but what they're going through right now, it kind of takes them out of the equation until they get that fixed. So for now, they're out of the equation. But if they can fix what they have and get some solid pieces in exchange for Ben Simmons, then you can put them in that equation too, and you might have four contenders and title contenders in the East, right? Let alone the West. You already have four over there. So altogether, this gonna be the best competition we've had in years. In years, this is gonna be the best competition we've ever had in a long time, and I can't wait to start. Real talk, Bulls. I wouldn't say the Bulls. The Bulls they got a lot to work through. They got a whole new roster too. Uh, you know, on paper they look good. They look good on paper, but we've seen many times a team doesn't play as well as they look on paper. So we're gonna have to see how they fit and how they stack up against those other top tier teams in the East. I think they'll be like a fifth, sixth seed, maybe a seventh seed. I don't know, but the Bulls, they they do look solid though. On paper, they look solid. Cause you got Vucevic. I always say his name wrong. Vucevic, whatever. I know I'm saying that wrong, but you got him. You got Zach Levine, obviously. You got Lonzo. You got DeMar now. You got Caruso coming off their bench. He gonna be their defensive pest out there. Who else? I think they still got Do they still got Laurie Markkinen, or did they give him? Did they lose him? I'm not sure. Did they lose Laurie Markkinen? I'm not sure, but if they still have Laurie Markkinen, then yeah, that roster is looking pretty fire, especially in the East. So yeah, a lot of options to go through this year. I'm ready for this shit.
What's going on?
Yo,
Anybody fell out? Somebody fell out the stream?
yeah, yo, go Mike. You still there? Go Mike, just chilling.
Yeah, I'm about to switch over because I'm finna switch this. I'm not gonna come off of here nothing, but I'm just working on switching it over on my phone screen because for some reason on my tablet I don't see like that little guest thing every time somebody come in. It's not like no notification or anything on the screen, so I'm switched to my phone screen till I get everything on one accord on any device. But definitely
All right,
appreciate you pushing. You pushing on, man. You bring a lot of good content, a lot of facts.
yo, I'm gonna stay on here and cook. By the way, I'm ready for the. I want what I want to see the Lakers do this year. For the most part, I want them to play to their best ability. I need them to be top 10. They gotta be at least top 10 in defense. At least top 10. Because we got rid of a lot of our good perimeter defenders and Caruso and KCP. You know, I think that our defense could still be top five because Lamont made a good point last night. He was talking about how these players before Frank Vogel came, nobody was looking at these guys as no whole high profile elite defenders on the perimeter or anything like that. Nobody was talking about KCP's defense before Frank Vogel. So I think a lot of it has to do with that system. Wherever Frank Vogel has gone, his defense has always been at least in the top 10. So that has a lot to do with Frank Vogel. So a lot of these players right now that we brought in that we may not have seen as defensive minded players, I think Frank Vogel is going to turn them into above average defenders or at least way better defenders than they used to be on other rosters because now you're not going to just be playing one-on-one defense. You're not going to have to just be a great one-on-one defender. He's gonna be playing great team defense. So I think Frank Vogel's gonna push them hard. All the players, he's gonna push them all to play high level defense as a team, and our defense isn't gonna, you know, face a whole significant drop off or anything like that. So they bring their energy on defense again. At least stay in the top 10, and then on offense, you already know on offense we already saw when LeBron was on the court. They said the Lakers had the number one in that 2020 season. I remember they said when LeBron was on the court, they had the number one offense in the league until he came off. So now that you have Russ who can basically carry that playmaking, and he can, in transition he's gonna be crazy in transition. He's very fast with the ball. He's gonna get a lot of pick and roll. He can do a lot of pick and roll with AED or whatnot. That offense is gonna stay in the top five or in the top 10 with, now that you got Russ who can keep the pace pushing. Unlike last year when Brown got off the court, those guys look clueless out there. It looked like they didn't know what to do. Russ is a veteran in this league. He's an MVP. He's an all time great. You don't have to tell him what to do. He just gonna do it. So he's gonna bring another aspect to this team that we never had since LeBron's been in LA, and that's another dynamic playmaker. And we got three of those guys now. We got LeBron, we got Russ, and we got Rondo back. So we got three playmakers on this team. We ain't got to worry about playmaking. We ain't got to worry about a significant drop off in the offense because we got shot creators, guys who can create their own shots and don't need to rely on LeBron to get them wide open. Man, if the Lakers can be top 10 in offense and top 5 in defense, goddamn, they're going to be the best team in the league, period, if they can do that. And they might be in the top 5 in offense too, really, with all the scoring options we got. But we're going to have to see how they all mesh together.
I think we're gonna be top 10 offense and top 5 defense,
Top
or the
5
opposite,
offense, top
or the
5.
opposite. Top top 10 offense. I mean, top 10 defense, top 5 offense. It's gonna be one of the two. It's gonna go either way, but we definitely gonna be in the
Either
top
way,
10.
yeah, either way, that's great. Either way, that's going to be great. And, we're going to be in the class of our own. You know what I mean? But when I look at the playoffs, when I look at teams we may be matched up with compared to last year, even last year with just AD and Brown in that roster we had with Trez and Schroeder, we would have went to the finals, and I think we would have had a chance to win it. But this year, it feels like last year. I felt like we would have had some more competition. We weren't gonna just it was gonna be like 2020 season to where we just get them out in 5 games. I thought last year would have been more 6 or 7 game series in the playoffs, the way that we were playing as a group. But either way, this year, I think if we go against the Suns, I think we can get them out in 5 games. If we go against if we go against the Jazz, I think we can get the Jazz in 6 games. I think we'll get them in 6. And if we go against the Nuggets, I think we'll get them out in 6 too. So I think it'll be two six two 6 game series and one 5 game series, depending on who we get matched up with. Depending on how the Blazers do this year, I'm not sure if the Blazers are gonna even make the playoffs this year, or they're gonna be back in the play-in. I'm not sure about the Blazers, but if we see the Blazers, I can see us sweeping them, or at most beating them in 5. So the competition in the West it isn't looking too it isn't looking too hard right now on paper. The biggest competition is this year, honestly, is in the East. Because when you look at their top three rosters, the top three rosters in the East, you got you got the Bucks, you got the Nets with that super team over there, and then you got the big three. And with the Heat now, they got Kyle Lowry, Bam, and Jimmy. They got final experience over there. They got some tough, gritty players over there. They're probably gonna be a very good defensive team. They're probably gonna be a very good shooting team as well. You know, the hardest teams to beat this year isn't gonna be in the West, in my opinion. The hardest team to beat this year is gonna be in the East, and that's the Nets, the Bucks, and the Heat. I think they're gonna be a harder competition than whoever's in the West this year, unless Kawhi comes back healthy, which I'm not so sure is gonna happen. But you know, I want to see either the Bucks, the Heat, or the Nets. I want to see one of those teams in the finals. That would be a great matchup. But I really want to see the Nets. Though I really want to see a Nets versus Lakers NBA Finals because the competition is gonna be great. It's gonna be a lot of narratives going on, a lot of bad blood going on between those two teams. You know, the storylines for the Nets and Lakers is probably gonna be the biggest we've seen in a long time. You got KD versus LeBron. You got LeBron versus Kyrie. KD versus Westbrook. You know, Westbrook going at KD's neck and stuff like that. You got James Harden and James Harden and Westbrook. You know, Westbrook gonna prove that he can win a championship without those guys or whatnot. You know, the storylines in this series, man. If the Lakers could get if the Lakers can get the win over those guys, literally nobody can say anything ever again about LeBron versus KD. Because if LeBron beats KD in that super team over there, you know, with the best offense allegedly of all time or whatnot, and all these super all star role players that they got, if the Lakers manage to beat this team, literally you can never make an argument ever again for KD being better than LeBron. You could never ever do that again because everyone's already been saying for the most part the Nets they're the favorites, right? Everybody says they're the favorites. They should win the NBA championship. Okay, you know they got better shooters and all that, right? So if they lose to this old washed up retirement home in the Lakers, they got an
Mm,
old ass LeBron. They got an old ass LeBron James, right? That washed up an injury prone AD and Westbrook, right? You know the brick artist Westbrook, right? If they lose to that team right there, what's their excuse? There's literally no excuse for them to lose. If they lose to us, then they should never be in the conversation again for being in LeBron's caliber, especially in Russ, and especially if he wins with Russ, because everybody's saying you can't win with
Preach
Russell
on.
Westbrook. Everybody's been saying you can't win with Russell Westbrook. You know, they say everybody leaves Westbrook for dead because they don't like him. They don't think they can play well with them, and that they don't think you can win with a guy like Westbrook. But what if LeBron wins with them? If he wins over title with Westbrook on the roster, dog, yo, the narratives. Watch the narratives fly after the Lakers. If the Lakers win the championship, they're gonna switch the whole narrative and try to make Westbrook the super all time great, right? They're gonna try to make him look better than he was previously to joining the Lakers because everybody was calling him a bum. Everybody calls him Westbrook and all that. You know, watch them switch the narrative after they win the championship. Now they're gonna be heaping praise on Westbrook, and you know they're gonna try to use that to downplay LeBron by saying, "Oh, he got the guy that averages the most triple doubles in NBA history. You know, an MVP. and one of the all-time great point guards, a top five point guards of all time, right? They're gonna make all these new narratives up, and I can already see it coming if the Lakers win the championship. They're gonna try to make this roster look better than they said it was gonna be, because everybody has picked the Nets over the Lakers because they don't trust the Lakers' health, they don't trust their age, and they don't trust their fit. But if they win, they're gonna switch that all up and try to make them look better than they were. Man, the media sickens me, yo. The media is sickening with those
Oh yeah,
dusty ass
it's
narratives they got.
definitely a plot and a narrative to chip away and to create a different plot twist on what LeBron's legacy and career really is. Like I said, those two Finals MVPs, um, Iguodala and Kawhi, that he lost to. I understand that they locked him down to some point and he lost to them, but they wasn't even leading in no statistical categories like that and wasn't even playing significant minutes to
Yep.
be finals MVP. It just bothers me. It really does. It irks me.
Yeah. Yeah. Cause yeah, I can see the narratives coming from a mile away, and that shit's gonna. I can. It pisses me off how many times they try to change the narrative up to tear down LeBron, because that's all they do. Whenever they see something that may potentially look, that they can potentially use to downplay him, they'll hype up one guy to tear him down. They'll hype up somebody on his own team to tear him down. Because just like they'll hype up Kyrie to the extent to that some people would even say that Kyrie should have won the Finals MVP over LeBron because he hit that great shot. You know what I'm saying? So niggas will try anything to downplay LeBron. They'll hype up his teammates. You know, they'll hype up his enemies just to tear him down. Especially KD. That's why everybody's on KD for. These niggas were on. The only reason why these niggas like KD is because they see him as a threat to LeBron's legacy. They see him as the only guy that can compete with him all time, all time wise, because
Mm.
they think if he wins more championships and he has a good record, they think that'll be enough for them to justify putting KD over LeBron. You know what I mean? So that's that. And even though, and it's crazy because a lot of them hate LeBron because he joined the Heat. They said he started super teams, even though he didn't start super teams. If they'll say he started the super team era, okay, and they use that to downplay him, but at the same time, they'll hype up KD to no end, even though this dude joined a 73-9 team that beat him after he choked a 3-1 lead away. They'll praise this dude to the ends of earth, but they'll shit on LeBron James, even though what LeBron did was totally different from what KD did, because LeBron was in a situation to where Cleveland, even to this day, has one of the worst management in the entirety of the NBA history. They got some of the worst management you would ever see in sports history. Okay, these niggas don't know how to build around LeBron, and that's why when LeBron left, they went right back into the lottery. Even though, because look, if you're gonna say that they won 60 games, that must mean that they're a good team, right? If they because they won 60 games, people try to use that as a reason as to why LeBron had a crew, right? So why did if they're so good, there's no way just because Brown leaves, they shouldn't be out of the lottery in the Eastern Conference if they manage to win 66 games with LeBron. You know, you shouldn't be out of the lottery. You shouldn't be in the lottery. You should be at least at the bottom tier of the East, like an eighth seed or something like that. But you drop off all the way to getting the number one draft pick multiple times, two, three times since you left. So, you know, OKC wasn't like that. OKC has one of the best managements in the entirety of the NBA. We already saw how good their management was. They were able to construct a well-oiled team. They had pieces off their bench that were good. They had a six-man of the year candidate in James Harden. You had two future stars in Russ and KD. You had Ibaka. You had at the time
Holy
what's his
shit.
name again?
I got 35
Robertson
subs
was good.
now.
Robertson was good at that time. Like they had a whole ass squad in OKC. Like the OKC has one of the best management in the NBA to this day. Even with Russ and KD gone, what have they been doing? They've been stacking on draft picks over and over and over again. Like these niggas know what they're doing. These the Cavs they know what they're doing outside LeBron. They're relying on LeBron James to make the money and to do everything for them and to attract players to that team. Other than that, that's why when he left, they're in a poor they're in a poor spot because they didn't know what to do without him. They are blessed with an all time great like LeBron James because if had he not been drafted there and he got drafted to another team like Detroit or some shit, yo, his career would have started off way better than it was in Cleveland. Obviously, he probably would have won. He probably by year 15, he probably would have already had 4 championships. By year 14, had he went to a different team like Detroit or some shit, or a team that had good management like the Celtics or some shit like that, the Lakers or whatever. But he got stuck on this trash ass, garbage ass franchise in Cleveland, and they didn't even appreciate what he did for them for all those years. So, that's why I said if I was LeBron, I would have never came back to Cleveland after all the shit they did. But either way, back to my point, what LeBron and KD did is totally different. But niggas will say no, 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 no. At the end of the day, it's the exact same thing. No, 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 no. It's not. Like these motherfuckers is crazy out here. These niggas hate LeBron so much they're gonna try to say what he and what he and KD did is the exact same thing. Like nigga, are you fucking stupid? How can you say these niggas did the exact same thing? Like these niggas are out of their fucking mind. That's how much they hate this nigga.
I mean,
But they'll praise the dude that did way worse than allegedly what LeBron did. They'll
because you got to
praise that dude.
understand, bro. I don't mean to cut you off, but you got to understand, bro. Like things that are news that are bad and negative always kind of go further than good things. Like you got people that got money and got privilege, and they actually go back into their community and help. Those things never get publicized. But you got people that got money and privilege, don't give a fuck about their community, put guns and drugs in it and all kind of bullshit, and that get publicized. And that's just the way the world is. Like negativity goes
Hmm.
some like if it's bad news going around about somebody, that shit gonna travel faster than good news.
Yep, that's a fact, and that shit sucks. But it is what it is, man. I just hope the Lakers win the championship, so they can kill all these fucking narratives in the
I
media,
think they already
and so
did,
they
bro.
have
It's
to,
just
and
like it's
so
just
that they
about the
demand
bubble. That's
respect.
all it was. If it wasn't no bubble, wouldn't nobody have shit to say. But because it was the bubble and dudes was whining and some dudes had COVID, some dudes injured, some dudes didn't want to play because they felt like the playing field wasn't even enough. You know what I mean? LeBron said, fuck that. I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. I love basketball. The dudes on my team love
Hmm.
basketball, and we're gonna play basketball.
Yo, but the funny thing about it though is None of these niggas were even talking about this bubble shit before the Lakers won the championship. Everybody was happy about the bubble. Everybody couldn't wait for the NBA to find a way for the players to get back to playing basketball and to continue and finish off the season. Niggas were ecstatic about the bubble. The only reason why they hate that shit is because the Lakers won. If had any other team won the championship in the bubble, you would not hear any of this bubble talk ever again in the media. You will never hear that shit. You will never hear niggas calling the Clippers championship a fake one. What Skip Bayless said, a cubic zirconia championship. You want to hear none of that shit in the media. Had the Clippers won the championship, it's all narrative based because everybody wanted the bubble to happen, and I don't get this whole narrative that the Lakers somehow they benefited the most from the bubble than anybody else. I don't. That shit is one of the stupidest things I've ever heard in my entire life. Like the Lakers did not improve more from the bubble happened than the Clippers because when you look at the Clippers before the season, before the beginning of the bubble had started in that 4 month period, remember Paul George and Kawhi Leonard were injured during that time. So they're going to miss games before the NBA shut down. They're going to miss a few games, and their seeding would have went down even more. Okay, and Paul George had a serious shoulder issue before the bubble happened. So he had 4 months of rest to rest up his shoulders. That's why whenever they came back to the bubble, Paul George himself said, my shoulders feel healthy again. He said that 4 month break got him back to full form. So it helped the Clippers more so than anybody else because they had the most injuries going into the season until it got shut down. So if anything, the Clippers they benefited the most. The Lakers the Lakers were in rhythm. The Lakers were going on a roll before the bubble had before the season shut down because remember they started playing very well. They're beating all the top tier teams. They had that win streak against the Bucks and the Clippers. They it looked like they're about to hit their peak in the season. It looked like they're finally hitting their stride. They're hitting their peak, and they're playing. Everybody was playing well on the bench and everything. So it was looking like a complete team. It looked like they had peaked at that point before heading into the playoffs. But then that shit got shut down for 4 months. When that happens to a player like LeBron, especially at his age, he said that hurt him more so than anything because he lost his rhythm. The team lost their rhythm. That's why when they came back, they looked like a totally different team when they came back and they started playing the bubble. Everybody was looking at the Lakers play, even when they were about to clinch their first seed. In those games when they were trying to clinch the first seed, they were struggling in those games. They didn't look like the same team they were in the regular season. So the bubble at the beginning, they're looking garbage, and everybody in their mama was pointing that shit out, and that's why everybody was saying that the Lakers were gonna get bounced out in the first round to the fucking Blazers and shit. Whenever because they're playing so fucking bad. But after they started beating them, after they beat the Blazers and they started getting more in rhythm, niggas, they started making their excuses again, and all the way up until the championship, all the way up until when after they beat both teams that they said they would lose to, and they're about to head to the Western Conference Finals. Now niggas will start switching up, and especially because the Clippers couldn't make it to the Western Conference Finals. Everybody was expecting the Clippers to make it there, and when they didn't, they knew it was a done deal. After the Clippers lost, the niggas knew it was a done deal that the Lakers were going to win the championship because outside of the Clippers, there was no real threat to the Lakers that season. So when the Clippers got shut down, niggas were in their feelings because they knew LeBron was about to win his fourth championship. So that's where the narrative started changing, and they're like, okay, we're gonna call this shit a bubble ring. We're gonna call it a bubble run or whatever. So they're gonna try to downplay it because first of all, their boy Kawhi Leonard choked the 3-1 lead, and they weren't expecting that shit to happen. They thought they were gonna sweep the Nuggets or beat them at 5 games, but once they saw them choke, now they want to make an excuse for Kawhi and say, "Oh, the only reason why Kawhi choked is because of that bubble situation. He didn't want to be there. The Clippers didn't want to be there. They didn't want to be there. Yet they all played. Yet they all played in the game. Yet Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers, they managed to get up 3-1 on the Nuggets, but somehow they didn't want to play all of a sudden because of the bubble. Like, man, that shit was just crazy. Yo. The only reason why niggas call it a bubble championship is because the Lakers won, and everybody hates LeBron for the most part, and that's it. Because I know for damn sure, had any other team won, especially the Clippers, this bubble talk will never be a thing. We'll never hear that shit ever again. Ever since had they won the championship, you'd never hear bubble talk anymore. But that's how it is with the haters and shit. Yes, choked on rice. Fuck niggas. Either way, I'm just ready for this. I'm ready for the season to start. Let's get it. Yo, go Mike. You still on the panel? Go Mike's on the panel, but he ain't saying shit. Well, I'll probably hop on a little bit later.
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm just froze out here. This AC fucking me up. Oh my god, it's cold in it. Hey, Mass man. I told people on Facebook to subscribe to your channel. Now your channel blowing. But hey, Mass. But hey, Mass man. I'm gonna go live on my channel. Right here, right now. Thanks for the invite. Thanks for having me on. Y'all make sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe to this man's channel. Slide on him TV. Y'all like, share, comment, and subscribe. Mass, I'm gonna share your channel right now some more. I already shared it a little bit, but I'm gonna keep sharing it to Facebook and Instagram. He ain't trying to go on, but I'm gonna lie right now.
Okay. It's weird how I can comment on everything and do everything except for actually get people to come up here. I mean, when people come up here, I can't get them on, but I can comment and do everything else and set up everything on my tablet. But then when I switch over to the phone, it's a whole different thing. Weird, weird, weird. X Testacion Bad Boy for Life. Why don't you tell me what's up with they choking? Like, what exactly that mean, bro? Who choking? Yelling, Lord, forgive me. Soon as I go right on 'em, turn you into a memory. I'm gonna slide on 'em. I'm gonna slide on it, yeah. Why? One boy Mo3 said my family playing murder games, but it's okay. No, he said my family playing dirty games, but it's okay. I introduce them to my murder game. HSM, you know how we. He said HSM, you know how we. I know you heard how we did. What's her name? Them other niggas barely made it, but they still feel my pain. Chopper stacked up playing red rum, and that's on game. Boy, Mo3, man. Shout out to Mo3, bro. Shout out to everybody that love me and shout out to everybody that hate me. You know, this where we at with it. Yeah. I'm building, baby. I'm not destroying. I ain't come on here. I'm not finna be banging on nobody. As soon as I feel like things going in the wrong direction where I'm focusing energy on somebody negatively, trying to down talk them or beef with them, shit out in the stream or I'll mute my damn self, bro. And the same gonna go for anybody that hop on, bro. I'm not trying to be on here to tear down another channel or another person. And I'm not on here to tear down any athletes. But I will critique, I will analyze and debate when it comes to these athletes, when it comes to these entertainers. We talk about music, we talk about sports, we talk about celebrities, we talk about everything on earth. Everything that falls within the parameters of entertainment and facts and debates. I'm not trying to get no strikes and get my shit took down for some petty bullshit that I could have nipped in the bud from the jump. Anybody watching, anybody in this, yeah, anybody in this stream, pull up, baby. We debating the dream teams. I can't debate my damn self once I give all the facts and the stats, then there's nothing else really to talk about. But I guess you know what? I'm gonna have to figure out how to start talking about a lot of shit. Um, I'm gonna just start figuring out how to talk about a lot of stuff, keep everybody entertained until everybody really start falling in and get a really good following and a really good consistent thing going on, a good narrative going on. I see two people watching. Why don't you come on in the comments? Why don't you come on the panel? You can bring your a subject you want to bring up here if it seems good, or you can go with the actual subject of the dream team versus the redeemed team. What we doing? What we doing? The dream team versus the redeemed team. Who want to debate about it? Because I'm guarantee you, no other panel is debating about what I'm debating about. Just want to let you know that nobody else debating about what I'm debating about, baby. And that's a fact. Cause this on my soul. Nigga better keep that pole. Catch a nigga lacking, he on go. Cammed up. You see what we looking like. It's been a late show over here. It's been a late show over here, baby. Hey, I got a Denali on 26 is sitting outside, baby. This is the keys to it right here. See the key fob? Yeah. We really living like that. You know what I mean? You see that bling? We really living like that. But we not focused on those things. We're focused on, we are focused on bringing great content. We are focused on positivity and building camaraderie. We're focused on connecting, linking with each other. And most of all, we're focused on bringing them stats and bringing them facts. You know what I mean? It better be entertaining if don't none of that fall into play.
Yo. I seen you by yourself over here, and I said, look, I said I'm gonna close my live down, and
No, bro.
I'm gonna go
I'm
hop on this man.
I'm all right, bro. If it ain't, it was like one or two people that went in the comments looking, and then just in and out, in and out. You know what I mean? Like I just for whatever amount of time, I have to figure out how to just bring like I'm gonna be learning how to share the screen and a lot of other stuff that I'm gonna be doing. I can't go to sleep. What's going on? No, I can't go to sleep yet. Now your boy. But yeah, I'm just gonna be learning how to share the screen and do shit like that. That's about it. And learning how to do everything step by step.
That's all it is, man. Everything in life is step by step. You feel me?
Yeah, I don't expect it to be like super flooded or anything every night or every time. So I just got to learn how to bring content and keep it entertaining until people get in here to keep it going. I can just mute myself and let it rock out. Until then, when I'm by myself, I got to do what I got to do.
And I've been sharing your channel around, so people's coming in slowly but surely.
Yeah, like I said, I went from 8 to 18 to 35 subs. Now, those people that sub, they might have had something to do or whatever. So, like I said, I just appreciate you guys subbing. Another thing I want to mention too, I'm gonna be uploading a lot more videos, and I'm also going to be doing a lot more other things on my other social media sites and making sure that you guys had the links to those. Um, just just trying to push the brand, trying to push the channel, just pushing everything little bit by little bit. Just trying to push the brand, trying to.
My bad. And I'm gonna help you push this shit too. Slide. I'm sharing this shit everywhere. The one thing about me, Slide, is I'm no phony, man. To everybody who think that,
Oh no, man, like the thing is, bro, like when you got certain beats with people and stuff like that, you can expect for them to tear at your character and do all kind of underhanded and backhanded things. So it's no surprise to me in my experiences in life, um, dealing with people and not getting along with them. They will disparage your name, they'll disparage your character, they'll do everything in their power to take you down or put you in a mode where you cannot progress, where you cannot keep on leveling up in life. Um, I just keep my head up and keep going. And whoever has that same mentality, whoever has that same consistency, I try to keep around me. But I appreciate you coming, man. Shit, you gave up. You might have gave up subs and everything else. Pull it up to mine and shut yours down. So now I'm about to get ready to start bringing the content. What
yeah, my
happened, Go Mike?
I lost sound like a motherfucker. My phone been tripping all day today. I've been losing sound, losing connection, all kind of shit. But part of that is because my I didn't pay my phone bill, so I'm on the Wi-Fi of the house. But the problem with that is everybody in the house is using the same Wi-Fi. So
Yep,
every now
pulling
and
a lot
then,
of megabytes.
yep, exactly. And when that happens, you know you lose sound, you lose connection, all kind of shit. Cause I didn't pay my phone bill this week. I chose to buy other shit, so I ain't pay it. So I'm
Is
on the
what it
Wi-Fi.
is. Shit, I mean, I can practically get a hold of everybody to do everything I need to do off Wi-Fi. I don't even really need a phone outside of when I leave my house, to be honest with you. And then everywhere I
Yep.
go, like any store, anybody house, they have Wi-Fi. So I really just need it when I'm on the go, when I'm driving around and in places that don't have Wi-Fi. I mean, that's the only thing you need a phone on for somebody to call your number or a doctor or somebody like that. But really, most of the people in my personal life, I talk to through Facebook, Snapchat, and Instagram.
You sound old school for real, Slide.
Yeah, I'm a little bit old school, a little bit of new school. Yeah, see, my man Z Renegades 504 subbed right away. He was one of the first people. I don't know who the hell he was. He just subbed out of anywhere. But to
I
anybody
told him
that
to,
is
I
subbed,
told him to come over here.
please like and subscribe and share my channel and go look at my videos I got up there. I got some pretty interesting videos too. I got some very interesting videos. I think ain't nobody really caught on to them. Really good videos. Finna go start looking up this dream team versus the redeemed team and start giving out the stats and facts, breaking it down top to bottom.
Straight cook them.
Let me see here. Go right to the link. Dream Team. Yep, Dream Team versus 2012 Team USA. Oh, see, why did I boom. What I'm about to do right now. I am about to 2012 USA. I mean 2012 Team USA. I call the original 2008 was called the Redeem Team. I call the 2012 Team USA the Redeem Team too, but I'm gonna label it what it's supposed to be actually labeled is as. So oh, I can't change the name while I gotta like take the live down or something.
Hell yeah, you would have to start a whole new live, but because sometimes it lets you do it, but then sometimes it just won't let you do it. So you would have to start a whole nother live just to be able to change the title.
Just to change the title. That's funny. Okay, cool. I'll just keep it like it is. It is what it is. We're gonna rock out. Now I figured
Same,
out
I'll
how
rep like
to
that.
so all right. Screen share. I'm gonna figure out how to do that so I can bring up the actual Dream Team versus 2012 Team USA.
You need a laptop for that.
You sure you need a laptop or you can't do it on a tablet? Because I seen the screen
Well,
share.
I never seen somebody do it on. I've never seen somebody do it on the tab like Lamont and Lord Gamer and those and humble guys like that. They always do it from a laptop. So I've
Yeah,
never
because
seen it
this
done
thing
from
right
a
here,
tablet.
this is Samsung Galaxy A7, and it's like one of the newest tablets that's out. I got a Wi-Fi pin to go to it and everything, and this thing does everything. And I seen the screen share option on here. Just got to get back to where it was.
You gotta get with a Cupid to go and ask them how to screen share.
Definitely,
Or get with that big head ass Lamont.
John Wick, hop on the panel.
John Wick is a chat warrior. I'm gonna tell you that now. John Wick never hops on panels. I see him on every show. That guy
You know,
live in the chat.
I'm going. My main thing, one of my main objectives within my first year of doing this is to make a lot of these dudes that are in the chat brave enough to come on up. I want them to get brave enough to come on up because I think a lot of them don't come up because of certain people on panels and shit like that, and they scared. They scared of judgment. They scared to be, like they might not know a lot about basketball like everybody else, and they just want to come up and speak their piece and not be judged, not get thrashed on. Some people don't want to get barbecued, like, you know.
Yeah, I got a couple of people that hop on my panel that never hopped on before. So you want to get to know everybody who's following your channel. You want to see who's all there, but it's kind of hard with some guys just live in the chat. And also, I hate that too. Like Bad Boys, he never hop on panel. Him too. Live in the
Mm,
chat.
that's okay, Hey, long as y'all do y'all thing in the comment section and keep it active, it's okay. I'm not rushing you at all. Not rushing at all. Yeah, the heat looks all right. The heat looks all right, John Wick. We gonna see though. we gotta see. I want to see them play a real team that's offensively gifted and see what that defense looking like. I want to see what that defense looking like personally myself. Okay,
Hell
so
yeah.
I'm finna get into it. Shit, I don't know how to share the screen right now. I think that might have been on my phone. But the thing about it, my phone got a few different things that my tablet don't have. I don't know. I gotta figure out how to work both of them. Not gonna get a computer and all that shit until I get to the point where I'm having 10 people consistently on the panel every day. And, the subs and study coming in and stuff like that. Because it's like once I get a certain amount of subs and different things is going on and revenue start happening, I'm gonna take like probably 75% of any revenue that comes in off of subs in my channel and put that straight back into the channel to fix audio, all kind of shit. Um, Somebody else contacted me about just just making my stuff look better all around. So I'm gonna be contacting a lot of people and getting some tips and shit like that. And anybody anybody's ideas or anything like that I might use, I'll make sure I give you a shout out. Let it be known that I did it before you hop on and see, oh man, he stole this, and then try to say I'm jacking. Like at the end of the day, if I say or do anything that anybody else does, it's admiration. It's not me trying to steal any subs or do any backhanded bullshit and and act like I'm somebody's son. I'm just trying to, you know what I mean? I'm trying to go with the flow, go with what's trending, trying to get my shit up. But 95% of what I do is all me. Another 5% is gonna be tips and tricks from everybody else that's around me. Something going on with your audio, go Mike.
You said what now?
Oh, my bad. I thought something was going on with your audio because I seen your avatar, the little circle bleeping like you were saying something, but it wasn't no audio coming out.
Oh, that's because I'm moving and stuff. It's cold in a motherfucker in this house. Oh my
Yeah,
god, who decided to turn the air on tonight? Let me
yeah.
get
I
my
got the
blanket,
fan in
man.
the
It's cold as
window.
shit. Huh?
I got the fan in the window, but it ain't on. But I got a nice little candle lit.
My mom gets my mom gets what you call it, menopause and shit,
Oh, really?
hot flash menopause and stuff. So she be blasting the AC. That shit killing my ass.
Hmm.
That shit tearing me alive. Feel like I'm in an igloo or some shit.
Okay. Well, I got a Dream Team versus the 2012 Team USA Bleacher Report, July 23rd, 2012. And I'm finna start off reading this to you guys, giving you pretty much the greens and beans and all the other things and not the meat and potatoes of the subject. So I'm gonna start off reading it. While I believe that it's near impossible to compare players and teams from different eras of the game, I felt this comparison needed to be addressed before the Olympics kick off later this week. Now, mind you, this was curated and this was made July 23rd, 2012. The 1992 United States men's Olympic basketball team won all 14 games they played that summer, with no contest being closer than a 32-point victory.
I'll be back in like 30 seconds, man.
Okay, but 11 of the 12 players on that roster, coached by Chuck Daly, turned out to be NBA Hall of Famers. The 2012 United States men's Olympic basketball team has won all 4 games on their schedule so far. Although they only defeated Brazil by 11 points and Argentina by 6, international competition improved since 1992, though, making the comparison between the Dream Team and the 2012 Team USA a close one. Christian Laettner versus Anthony Davis. Laettner, Laettner, or Ladner. Excuse my French if I didn't pronounce it right. I don't know every player. I don't know every team. I don't know all the history of the Lakers. I don't know all the stats and history of LeBron. I'm learning as I go, just like everybody else. Please be patient with me. Yes, I will go to Google to look up things. I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm the best historian ever when it comes to everything in life, especially sports, because stats are study getting added on as every game is getting played, as history is study being rewritten. Leitner, Latner, the third overall pick in the 1992 draft, had one of the most storied careers of any college basketball player. In fact, he holds NCAA tournament records for most points scored, most free throws attempted, and made in most games played. Although Latner was not a big fan of a was not as big of a bust in the NBA as some believe, with career averages of 13.3 points per game, 6.9 rebounds per game, and 2.7 assists per game. I believe Davis will surpass those numbers almost immediately. Anthony Davis also has the ability to change the game on the defensive end of the court, which helped him win the National Player of the Year award during the 2011-2012 NCAA basketball season. While Latner did not play in every game of the Olympics, where he averaged 4.8 points, he also had the luxury of his team winning every game by 30 plus points, which almost guaranteed him at least some playing time. Anthony Davis, may not put up those same statistics during the year's Olympics as Latner did, but then again, Davis is only 19 and Latner was 22 at the time. The edge goes to Anthony Davis. Team USA has the first score. This is Team USA, the 1992 Dream Team. My bad. Yeah, 1994. Yeah, 1992 Dream Team versus the 2012 USA Men's Olympic Team. Chris Mullin versus James Harden. Despite only starting in one, despite only starting in more games than Latner and John Stockton at the 1992 Olympics, Mullin was the Dream Team's fourth leading scorer at 12.9 points per game. He was incredibly efficient shooting behind the arc, going 14 for 26 in the 8 Olympic Games. Mullin's role on the team was shooter, just like Harden. Harden, who turns 23 next month, mind you, don't get confused by what I'm saying. This is the article I'm reading from July 23rd, the Bleacher Report
I'm
2012.
back. I'm back, man.
All right. Don, Don Levito, come on up here and let's talk about it, bro. Yeah, let's have that conversation. We can definitely have that conversation, no doubt. But I'm gonna read the stats and facts right now to try to get an audience. Harden, who turns 23 next month, benefited from injuries to Derrick Rose and Dwayne Wade. That led to him making his first Olympics appearance. The smooth lefty from Arizona State has improved every season since he was drafted, but is still a step away from becoming a superstar, which may be impossible for him in his current situation of playing behind Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant. Harden will likely not be able to match the numbers that Mullen put up in 1992, mainly because he won't be given the chance to play enough to put up those stats. Harden is also not as good of a pure shooter as Mullen was, even though that is his role on this team. Dream Team scored one for Chris Muller. Team USA scored one for Anthony Davis. This is a Bleacher Report, and they breaking down each player of the team, matching them against the other player, and their accolades and what they bring to the table gives a score at the end. The score will be tallied to who would be the best team. David Robinson versus Kevin Love. Robinson, otherwise known as the Admiral, started in half of the 1992's squad's 8 games. Splitting time at center with Patrick Ewing, Robinson averaged 9 points per game and 4.1 rebounds per game while shooting over 51% from the floor. Robinson and Ewing both stood over 7 feet tall, giving the 1992 team more options on the interior for scoring than this year's squad. Love's advantage over Robinson is that he can score both on the inside as well as the outside and even behind the arc. Love is a great passer for a big man who is almost guaranteed to grab a double-double in every game he plays. Despite this, Robinson has both a height and strength advantage over Love, as well as just being more experienced at the retrospective points in their career. Although I went against the lefty in the previous slide by picking against Harden, I have to choose the lefty here in Robinson. The edge goes to 1992 Dream Team, so it's 2-1 so far. Scottie Pippen versus Andre Iguodala. Despite being on a team, oh my bad, I was still reading. I didn't even pay attention and look down, bro. What's happening, Don?
Not much, man. How you guys doing? I was just listening to what you're saying about the Dream Team 92 versus the 2012 Dream Team, and you're bringing some important facts. So we'll go ahead and carry on.
Okay. Despite I appreciate you pulling up. Despite being on a team with two Hall of Fame point guards, Pippen was the Dream Team's leading assist man, averaging 5.9 per contest. He also averaged 9 points per game and 2.1 assists. Um, but was primarily used as the team's defensive stopper along with the Bulls teammate Michael Jordan. Iguodala and Pippen are the same height as well as having the same role for their retrospective teams. Iguodala may be a better athlete than Pippen, but Pippen was a better basketball player and had more of a refined and well-rounded offensive game than Iguodala has. Iguodala does have a strength advantage over Pippen and is a great defender, but still not at Pippen's level. Both players are important for their teams because of the defensive stopper role that they possess. Iguodala may draw tougher matchups than Pippen did, as well as play in more competitive games. But in the end, Pippen is still the clear winner here. So that is the Dream Team 3, Team USA, the Olympic team 2012, the score of 1. Clyde Drexler versus Russell Westbrook. You want me to stop here, Don, and you can interject on what you think so far?
No, go ahead because it sounds good so far. I like it.
Bro, I didn't know they had this kind of big long comparison, like breaking down the players and everything they've been through in their career and what they brought to the team. I think this is very good. I think this is real good content, bro. Clyde the Glide Drexler was one of the 5 players on the Dream Team to average in double figures, scoring 10.5 points on average during the tournament. Drexler's game was well-rounded as he also averaged 3 rebounds and 3.6 assists at the 1992 games. Okay, come on up, TOB. Let's see what you and Lord Gamer. Salute Lord Gamer. Salute TOB. Salute everybody coming back in here and anybody that wasn't in here that's just now coming in here. Salute to you. Like, share, and subscribe to live. And go check out my videos. I've been putting up videos, and of course they ain't been getting a lot of attention because I just haven't been putting a lot of time and energy into my channel. But now you see I'm live and I'm doing some things. So I'm going to be going live every day. And I'm going to also be uploading at least one or two videos. I'll say three videos per week because I'm just really busy and got a lot of stuff going on. So I'm going to give y'all the most I can give y'all, but I'm going to give you enough to eat. I'm going to give you enough to chew on. Best believe that. But I'm going to go back to this Bleacher Report. Drexler's game. No, no, no. Westbrook is a different breed of a player than Drexler. They are first different because Westbrook primarily plays point guard in the NBA, while Drexler plays shooting guard. While Drexler was a better pure scorer, Westbrook is able to make plays on both offense and defense because of his athleticism alone. Westbrook won't likely average double figures in 2012 in the 2012 Olympics, although it is possible. He will, however, be able to shine in his new role as shooting guard and show off some of that athleticism in open court. While this was a tough one to decide, I will give the slight edge to Westbrook. So they gave the edge to Westbrook over Clyde the Glide Drexler.
Okay, that's
So
interesting.
Dream Team, the score 3. Team USA, the 2012 Olympics team, the score is 2. Karl Malone versus Carmelo Anthony. Mm,
Yeah, I
this
like
should be
that.
this should be very interesting. Although very different players, the Malone Anthony matchup would be an intriguing one because there are also some similarities. Malone started 4 of the 8 games in the 1992 tournament. Anthony has also started 2 of the 4 exhibitions thus far. Malone was the team's third leading scorer, currently the same place that Anthony stands. Although unrelated to the Olympics, neither player has won an NBA championship either. That may change. People, this is a Bleacher Report from July 23rd, 2012. We are in 2021, and Carmelo is with the Lakers. So remember, I just read that him and Karl Malone both are being compared to each other in this Bleacher Report of the Dream Team versus the Redeemed Team. And now Carmelo might end up getting a championship. So that's going to be very interesting dynamic. I just figured I'd mention that. The two still have many differences as well, though. Malone was a back to the basket low post scorer who made a living off the pick and roll. Anthony is more of a face up scorer who prefers having the ball in his hands and making plays through isolations. While neither is a great defender, Malone gets the edge in that department. Although Malone never won an NBA title, his teams had more success than Anthony's have had so far. Malone has a slight size, height, and weight advantage over Anthony and was also a better rebounder, getting the middleman the nod here. The edge goes to Karl Malone, Dream Team 4, Team USA 2012, the score of 2. Got anything to add to that, Don?
No, that's like spot on. I'm just kind of thinking about Westbrook and Clyde the Glide Drexler. You know,
Yeah, yeah, I'm
I
still
think
thinking about that myself because, as far as I knew, in the '90s, the only dude that was even close to MJ or compared to him was Clyde the Glide. So it's like they they used him against Westbrook and gave Westbrook the edge. So it's like that would tell you somebody that's that elite that was in a conversation with Michael Jordan for years in the league being compared to Russell Westbrook and Westbrook getting the edge over him. That would tell you that dog mentality, the Energizer Bunny mentality, the rebound and the athleticism that Russell Westbrook brings is so tremendous. It just overwhelms other guys' talent and skill set they bring to the table in a debate against Westbrook. And I was saying this on Go Mike panel last night. You can look at his intangibles, his shooting, and his decision making. All of those things are shaky. But when he's on point, he's rebounding, he's running that damn floor, and he's slashing to the rim, oh, he's a problem, bro. He is a problem. Westbrook is
nah,
a monster.
yeah, I agree with you on that. And the thing is that I remember I used to watch videos on the five Slamma Jamma team. With it was with Drexler and Hakeem Olajuwon when they used to be on the Houston Cougars. And then I was watching videos when they would go to they went to the 1983 tournament, NCAA tournament against North Carolina State, and they should have won it, but they lost. But yeah, the Clyde Drexler was good, man. I think I'm like checking out the '92 Olympic team. That team was like dynamite because look, before that, you had the '88 Olympics basketball team, men's basketball team, and the thing is, back then it was like college players, okay? So USA would send their college players, and the rest of the world would send their professional athletes in the Olympics. So then I remember leading up to the '92 Dream Team, they're like selecting like what NBA players should go to be on that Dream Team and who was going to be the coach. So when they selected Chuck Daly as the coach, because he just came out a championship run with the Pistons, beating the Lakers slash and the Portland Trailblazers. So I was surprised that Isaiah Thomas didn't make it on the team. I was really shocked about that because I felt that he should have made it on the team.
Oh yeah, he didn't make it because Michael said he don't want him there. Michael practically he set the tone. It'll never be proven, but it was always rumors and stuff like that. That Michael practically said, if he playing and I don't like him, I ain't gonna play. And of course, if Mike don't play, ain't nobody really gonna watch. But I think that's a very dirty move because John Stockton is a Hall of Famer. He's a great point guard, but he doesn't have no titles, and he is not Zeke. John Stockton is not fucking better than Zeke
Nah, I would have taken Zeke over John Stockton any day on that
any
team.
day.
And the thing is that I'm surprised that Chuck Daly didn't say anything because of the fact that Chuck Daly was coaching Zeke at the time. Chuck Daly should have said something and stepped up and said, you know what, we're going to go ahead and get Zeke on this team. You know, which I was still shaking my head. I just didn't get why Jordan did that to him.
Yeah,
Because,
Jordan is just a very petty, self-consumed guy. Like he's one of the most selfish, self-consumed individuals ever there was created. But he's super competitive too. He has a motor like no one else has. He has the do or die mentality like no one else has ever had. He has a fire burning within him and in his eyes and in his play that you've never seen no other player come close to except maybe Allen Iverson, Kobe, Westbrook, LeBron in moments. You know what I'm saying? KD, fucking Tracy McGrady. It's been players that you seen that look in their eyes. You like, damn, he going crazy like MJ.
no, that's true about that. With MJ, and I remember they asked Phil Jackson, who did you like? Who was your favorite player on the Bulls team? And his favorite player was Scottie Pippen, and he picked
Mm-hmm.
Scottie Pippen over Jordan. He really loved Pippen's mentality and the way that he played. Pippen was like a combo player. Where he played
Because that
offense and
triangle
defense.
offense, the way it went, it was really built around Jordan. The defense, which was very, which was a very integral part and a very more important trend going on in the 80s and 90s, was more important. So Pippen would, in hindsight 2020, would be more important on that team than Jordan from a coaching perspective. We need to stop people. We can score all day long. That's not a problem. Scoring in a triangle with those pieces is not a problem. Playing great team defense and rotating and letting Scotty take out the main scorer on the opposing team is more important than trying to initiate the triangle offense. Because at the end of the day, if you can't initiate it, Jordan can always ISO and get you a bucket. So I would say the emphasis on defense would be more important dealing with that team and Scottie Pippen than offense.
And going back to that dream team, that '92, can you believe that Christian Laettner was actually on that team? I'm surprised, man. But then you got to realize that Duke just came off a national championship, year. Where they beat the I think it was the Michigan Wolverines. You
Mm.
know, in that championship, right? So then they needed a college player because look, they needed a college player so they can go and scrimmage against the pros, you know. So they go,
Hmm.
so they went ahead and they took Christian Leitner, which I was shocked. But yeah, that dream team was pretty stacked, man. Because Bird was good. The only thing wrong with Bird was that he was starting to have back problems,
Yeah, I know.
and then you had Magic, you had Bird, you had David Robinson playing the center. I think he was center, right?
Hmm.
And then you had Jordan, you had Drexler, and then you had Chris Mullen. I think he was coming off the bench, wasn't he, Chris Mullen?
Yep.
And then you had the mailman. And one thing I loved about Carl Malone was that he was like a dog. This guy would like come out, he was like he would back people up against the post, the way that he would score. And when you think of the mailman's mentality, sleet, rain, or snow will never stop the mail from being delivered. Okay, and
Yeah.
That's the same thing with Karl Malone. That's why they nicknamed him the mailman, because this guy was like a beast. When he would play ball.
Yeah. He was a beast. Salute
Yeah,
War Gamer and Theo B.
it was just too bad that he never won a championship. And you think about it, when they went to the finals back in 97, 98, the the Utah Jazz never improved their teams, compared to the Bulls when the Bulls went to go pick up Kukoc, and then they went to go pick up Dennis Rodman and other players. Ron Harper, remember from the Clippers? It was like free
Yeah.
Ron Harper because Ron Harper hated the Clippers. He wanted to get out of there, so the Bulls picked him up. But yeah, you never seen the Utah Jazz improve themselves. I think
Yeah.
who did they have? Who did they have? Ostertag, and then Greg
Yeah.
Foster.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy, bro. But I honestly think if the NBA didn't send mostly college players in 88, that 88 would have been the best team comprised. In
Mhm.
that 4 year span, a lot of players weren't available and a lot of players was on a downslide. 88 was the perfect year. That would have been the best team ever comprised. If you
Mhm.
look at the year 88, bro, that had some very good players that year.
Yeah, and also '84 too, because '84 had Michael Jordan,
Yeah.
and '84 was in LA, was in Los Angeles. That was the summer games. And back then, at the time, I remember the war between, I think it was Russia and Afghanistan back in 1980. The U.S. Decided to boycott the Olympics, the Summer Olympics back in 1980. And so when the U.S. had it back in 1984, Russia said, you know what? Since you boycotted our Olympics, we're going to boycott your guys' Olympics, and we're not going to go to your Olympics too. But
Mm.
yeah, that '84 Olympics team was stacked. With had some really good players, and Bobby Knight was coaching that team at the moment.
Mm.
I don't know who's coaching 2012 team. Do you remember who's the coach?
I think it was Mike Krzyzewski.
Yeah, that guy has always been a good coach, man.
Okay, hold on. I'm finna go look it up right now. Coach of 2012. Yep, Mike Krzyzewski. Krzyzewski. Um, I believe he coached Kentucky, didn't he?
No, he was always coaching Duke. You're thinking of
Duke.
Mike Patino.
Yeah.
No, Rick
I don't
Pitino.
know.
You're thinking
I don't
about.
know college sports too well, but yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Rick Pitino coached the Kentucky. He was a dummy because he went to go coach the Celtics, and he should have stayed in Kentucky because this guy would have been Mr. Kentucky if he would have stayed there. This guy,
Okay.
this guy couldn't.
Mike
This guy, yeah, but
Michael William Krzyzewski is the head men's basketball coach at Duke University, where since 1980 he has led the Blue Devils to 5 NCAA Division I titles, 12 Final Fours, 15 ACC men's basketball tournament championships, and 12 ACC regular season titles. 74 years old. Mm.
Yeah, it's his last season coming up. This is it for him. He's gonna go and retire.
So, he coached the national men's basketball team from 2006 all the way to 2016, 10 years straight.
Yeah, he was good. And then I think Popovich coached the last team. This year's Olympics.
Yeah, he
So,
did. Popovich did.
yeah, but yeah, Coach K was like an incredible college coach, man. I mean, I know Kobe wanted him. I remember that time when the Lakers were looking for a coach, and the news media was teasing the about the Lakers maybe talking to Coach K from Duke. And I think Kobe really wanted him, but
Mm.
Coach K said, you know what, I'm just gonna stick with with college.
Yeah,
So
definitely feel you on that.
so it's like, who knows if he would have even became a good pro coach. Because the only one that I can think of that was all around, good coach was Larry Brown. He won a chip back in '88 with the Kansas City Jayhawks, and then he won the that 2004 chip with the Detroit Pistons. So he was the first coach to ever win a college on the college level and the pro level chips. No other coach has ever done that.
Mm.
Yeah. So Larry Brown, man. I mean, when he coached Iverson, it was a trip how those two used to bump heads, because they're both so stubborn. Like Larry Brown wanted it this way, and Allen Iverson said, "No, we're going to go and do it that way." And that year that they went to the finals, they actually agreed. They met in the middle, and they agreed on a lot of things together. And that's how they're able to to go to the chip, because that guy, he's a genius, Larry Brown. And Iverson was a good player. If you should check out his highlights when he would play with Georgetown, wow,
Yeah,
that guy was freaking amazing. Allen Iverson, the answer.
yeah. Allen Iverson was amazing, bro, but I think he was a little bit overrated. You know what I mean? And especially because he got one team on Kobe and Shaq. I mean, one win on Kobe and Shaq, and then he proceeded to get destroyed. Like that's what I just keep thinking about in my mind. Like, and then he had Carmelo, and he couldn't get it done with Melo either. It's like you had a number one defense. You went all the way to the finals. You had defense and great offense, and you couldn't even make it to the finals. It just don't make sense to me.
Well, the one thing I don't get is how did the Lakers even lose that game one on the NBA Finals?
Bro, because he fucking willed it. Just like everybody wonder in their mind, how the hell did Golden State lose that first game they went against Russell Westbrook when KD went over there? Because he was pissed off. He had a chip on his shoulder, and he willed his team to a win.
Yeah, can you imagine if the Lakers would have won that game? They would have won 15-0, the first team to ever do that.
16 and 0, you.
Yeah, 16-0, right? Yeah, they would have been the first team to ever to do that, go through the playoffs. I remember the '89 Lakers almost did it, man. They almost, but the thing is that freaking Pat Riley, he used to coach that like his practices like it was the real game. You know what I
Mm,
mean? He would make the players not only go 100%, like 110% or more. So that's how Byron Scott got injured, hamstring. Magic Johnson got injured, hamstring, because they're on the roll. They were sweeping like all the teams. They swept all the teams until they got to the finals against the Pistons, and then they ended up getting swept themselves. I remember
wow.
that game, man. It was like freaking um, Byron Scott goes out with a hammy, and then Magic goes out with a hammy, you know. And it was like the Pistons were like more hungrier. But
Yeah, it
I don't know.
seems like it.
I don't know if you remember that series. If you, yeah,
Um, what is it? What series you talking about again?
it was the '89 NBA Finals. It was Detroit and LA, the Lakers and the Pistons. And I remember when the Pistons destroyed the Bulls. I remember picking up the LA Times over here, and the front page said, "No Bull, Lakers versus Pistons in the NBA Finals." So that was a pretty catchy headline right there.
Wow, I bet you that really pissed off Michael.
Yeah, that did back in '89. Yeah, I remember, man. They grounded them. All
They
the
de- that destroyed like that really destroyed their pride and image. Like that was a real cheap shot.
hmm and they grounded Jordan. It's like it's like ground Jordan. When you look in the sports page, and
Wow,
they're just like fucking elbowing him. They're knocking his ass down. Bill Laimbeer, dirty player, man. Bill Laimbeer.
wow,
I hated that dude, man. Man, like he was so dirty. Like he would knock people down. He would like accidentally bump into players. And
mm,
same thing with with Rodman too, and the Worm, the way that he'd play. Yeah, that's why they called them the Bad Boys. They didn't. They earned it. They earned that name, the Bad Boys. And a lot of people hated him, man. Like in LA, all the Laker fans, they couldn't stand Detroit. I know I couldn't. I hated Detroit. I hated them as bad as the Celtics.
wow. You hated
Yeah,
them
man.
like that,
And
huh?
and that and then that '88 finals, freaking Isaiah Thomas got injured, and then he almost willed his team to win in the finals. But the format was like two 2-3-2, right?
Yeah,
So a lot of people thought that the refs gave that win to the Lakers in Game 6. Everybody was saying, oh, the refs gave that game to the Lakers. The Pistons should have won Game 6. And you go and look back at that game, and it was just like James Worthy was like playing out of his mind, in that series. That's why he won MVP. If it
wow.
wasn't for James, if it wasn't for James Worthy, I don't know.
Mm,
The Lakers were like defending champs, so each game they would go the full seven. Seven. They had to beat Utah in 7. They had to beat the Dallas Mavericks in 7, and then they had to beat the Detroit Pistons in 7. Right.
wow.
So that was crazy, man. And they're going, back to back because the previous year Pat Riley guaranteed a repeat for the Lakers. And a lot of times, you don't do that. Just you just shut up and just go play, right? So he actually guaranteed, that we're gonna come back and win it again. So like, shoot.
Mm,
So what are you doing, coach, man? Shut your mouth. But
yeah, I know it's a lot of bullshit that happened in the '90s. I think a
mhm,
lot of bullshit happened to Jordan with the Jordan rules. I think a lot of bullshit happened with the Pistons. I don't
mhm.
like how I don't like how the Bulls they never did want to shake the Pistons' hands when they lost, and then when the Pistons walked off when they finally lost in the East Finals, then they want to judge them. But you don't remember Jordan always being salty as fuck and no one shook hands. So it's like the narrative that was painted and the babying of Jordan in the '90s was just ridiculous. The defensive player of the years that he got was not granted, bro. Like it was a lot of stuff that he got that he did not deserve. He just got it because he was popular.
Yeah, that's true, man. I remember. Yeah, he was bitching about because the Pistons didn't want to shake their hands in the '91 Eastern Conference Finals. When they lost, and yeah, Jordan was like that. I mean, you couldn't even breathe on the guy because of the fact that they'd call a foul on you. And yeah, to me, my opinion is that the '90s, like the NBA, there's no teams to really challenge the Bulls. When you think about it, you go,
It wasn't,
there,
bro.
no, there's
The Phoenix Suns and the Jazz, really, those teams wouldn't even make it out the fucking first or second round in this age. They wouldn't.
no, no, I don't know. Phoenix was like, man, they're too old. They didn't have any really good players to surround. Who did they have? They had Dan Marley, the Suns. They had Mark West as the center. Then you had
Most
Kevin
likely.
Johnson. You had fucking Rick Chambers coming out of the old folks home, right? You had
And
a
see,
Danny Ainge.
That Charles Barkley was on the back end of his prime. He wasn't in the middle of his prime or the beginning of it. He was at the back end of his prime.
Yeah, that's true. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So the thing is that no, that's true. And Barkley. Oh, do we have an echo?
Would you say?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and hop back on again because I think and there's an echo.
I don't know why. Not sure why. It shouldn't be no echo. Go ahead. You can hop off and hop back on again.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. I'll be back.
All right, bet. Just a friendly reminder to anybody that's watching. No pressure for you to come in the comment section. There's no pressure for you to hop on the panel. Um, just soak up some good game. We're giving out the facts. We're giving out the stats. We're keeping it entertaining. We're keeping the vibes real nice and cool and calm and welcoming. It's Southern hospitality over here. Welcome to the slideshow, baby. Um, like I said, there's no pressure to come in the comments. There's no pressure to come up on the panel. But I would pressure you to like, share, subscribe to live. And also to like, share, and subscribe and comment on my videos on Slide on them TV, my actual channel on YouTube. Go check that out. Appreciate it if you do. We up to 36 subs now. I wasn't going that hard before. I see that I do got some people that really fuck with me, some people that really like me, some people that's giving me a chance. And guess what? When I whatever I did to deem your attention, whatever I did to deem your time, I'm gonna keep that, and I'm gonna keep you entertained. I'm gonna keep feeding everybody what they need. So I'm definitely gonna be uploading an appreciation video tomorrow, and also a video, couple video, like 3 videos tomorrow. 2 of them will be about updates of any trending news. Whatever is trending tomorrow, I'll do a video for that, and also an appreciation video.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah.
So we're talking about the matchups back then, and then in the '90s. I mean, Bulls gave a lot of matchup problems to like a lot of these teams, and
Yeah, they did.
and for some reason, you never seen the Bulls ever go like 7 games, like in any playoff games, right?
I mean, but see, this another dynamic you got to look at. Dennis Rodman, bro. I swear, bro, he is so fucking underrated as a piece on that team. People do not understand, bro, how important he was as the worm on the Detroit Pistons, how important he was to the San Antonio Spurs for that short stint that he was there. Rodman was a monster, bro. He was a straight crazy monster.
And the thing is with the San Antonio Spurs is that they didn't know how to use Rodman, and they didn't know how to deal with his behavior, and
Yeah, no.
they would have fits with Rodman, and that's why they ended up trading him because they didn't know how to play. And look at the attitude that David Robinson had again towards Rodman. Like he couldn't even stand Rodman at one point.
Yeah, guys like David Robinson and Tim Duncan, their attitudes and their mentality is not gonna work well with Dennis Rodman.
Mm-mm. And the thing is, at the time, nobody knew about it, but the guy was going through like, I think he might have been like a manic depressive, where he had like a lot of depression. He went through like a big state of depression in his life, and nobody at the time, nobody didn't know how to deal with that in sports. You know, you know what I mean? I mean, you didn't hear a lot of that shit going on, and if it was going on, it was covered up. These athletes knew how to cover it up, right? Over here now, everybody's like, "Oh shit, I'm gonna go take a mental break. I can't do this." Like you hear that one lady, who's like half Japanese and African American, who's a tennis champ. You know,
Yeah,
she's like, I felt pressure to win, and then when I win, I felt pressure because I won. Instead of saying, I enjoy this shit when I win. Instead, you know what? If you feel like that, don't even play tennis anymore. Get out of the game. Go. You did what you had to do. You won your chip, your Grand Slams, whatever. It's okay. If you're going through some mental issues, go ahead and go take care of yourself. Go get that straightened out, right? You
yeah.
know, like the um, like with Charles Haley. Charles Haley, he didn't know that he had bipolar. So the thing is, like the 49ers didn't know how to deal with him. So what they ended up doing with it, they traded him to Dallas. And as a Niners fan, I was pissed off because I was like, you should have kept this dude. This guy was a monster. This guy is one of the greatest pass rushers of the NFL. And you gone out and you traded him because you didn't know how to deal with his bipolar. And he ended up admitted that he had bipolar and that he was taking medications for it. And that's how it was back then. Now everybody's like on each other's side. Oh, we support you. It's okay if you feel like that, you know. And everybody's coming out saying that they have mental issues.
to to be able to still get paid and sit at home and be on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram talking
Mm-hmm.
about I'm the best player in the world, but you can't mentally keep it together enough to continuously play and do what you need to do. Like it's okay to have a disability, whether it be physical or mental, but actually still doing your job and overcoming and making yourself separate from other people that just crumble under the pressure of their disability separates you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so right now, you're hearing everybody coming out, saying that they have mental issues,
I
and you
mean,
see a lot of commercials now about mental issues, you know.
yeah,
So it's like totally different now
Kevin
than it
Love,
did.
Kyrie.
Mm-hmm. A lot of female athletes coming out, male athletes coming out. And like I said, back in the 90s, they had it. I'm sure athletes had it, but they just covered it up a lot because, that wasn't the thing. That wasn't the norm back then to come out and say that you're struggling mentally. Because if you were, they dismiss you from the team, Like get out. It's like we don't need your services anymore, you
Yeah,
know.
I know. It's just a trash way to treat people.
Hmm.
It's just really a trash way. But at the end of the day, uh, we as fans and the actual players need to know this is a fucking business.
Right.
And you're expendable at any given moment that you get on my nerves too much or you're not bringing in just as much revenue because you're too much on
You're
your
too
high
much on your
horse
high horse.
or certain things are in your personal life is bringing bullshit, we're gonna cut bait.
No, that's true, man. And that's why that's the point that I'm trying to make, like with Dennis Rodman at the time. And that's why San Antonio Spurs didn't know how to deal with him. And what's interesting is that Phil's his philosophies are pretty interesting because I think he learns. I think he does like Buddha, right? Like the Zen master. So
Hmm.
so who wanted him? It was him, and didn't Jordan want him, or just was it just Phil Jackson? Because like none of the other players wanted him. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then so then they took on his attitude. I'm sure that they didn't like it, but they learned how to deal with them with Pippen because Pippen was pretty wild, man. Pippen would go do a lot of crazy shit. Like he was in Utah one time in the NBA Finals, I think it was '98, and he went over to Vegas and he was gambling like crazy, right? Staying up partying. He'd come to practice all hungover, but he'd
Yeah,
still get his shit
he's
together,
a
Yeah,
character.
he's a character. Yeah, so this dude, I think I would put him like in my starting lineup for sure, man, as my forward. Rodman. This guy was. I would see him and the way that he rebound and then the way he passed the ball. This guy was a really pretty good passer too. And when
He
he needed
was.
to, when he needed to shoot the ball, he'd shoot it. Sometimes he'd make it. So he was a decent shooter. He was an average shooter.
Hey Don, let me
Hey
ask you
Don, let
something. Do
me
you
ask you
got
something. Do
a
you got
echo
echo
cancellation turned on?
cancellation turned on?
What's that?
Do you got
Do you
echo
got
cancellation
echo
turned on in your
cancellation turned on
settings?
in your settings?
Am I echoing right now?
Yeah, go to your audio settings and turn on echo cancellation.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and mute. Let me know if I'm still echoing.
Okay. What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? Okay, yeah. Now I was echoing, you wasn't echoing, so it has something to do with your mic or whatever. But I think it's because you need to go in your settings and turn on. Just word of advice for everybody coming in. Please turn on your echo cancellation in your audio settings right when you're in the backstage before you come in, and you can also still change that in your settings while you're on the panel.
Yeah, Sly. So I checked it out right now, and everything's all like shut off.
Okay. Boom. Yeah, not echoing. We all good.
Yeah, because I looked where it says com/mic. So I went on that setting. I checked it out, so it's all off.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So yeah, basketball was pretty interesting back in the '90s, man. I mean, it was boring in the sense of the finals that the Bulls were always taking it. They took three in a row, and then when they left, the Rockets came in. They did their thing. Bulls came back, won three in a row, and then the Spurs ended up, taking it after that 50 game season after that strike, man. That strike was hilarious because
Mm,
not a lot of players. When the strike happened, a lot of players ended up going out of shape. You know that, right?
yeah, I know. It was a
Freaking
messed up situation.
yeah, they showed in Sports Illustrated a cartoon of Sean Kemp going to the refrigerator, right into the refrigerator. He was like piling on a plate of like Jello, turkey meat.
Wow.
And he looked at the scores, and nobody was even scoring 90 to 100 points. They were like 80s, like in the mid to late 80s. Those scores during the strike, the 50 game season.
Yeah, was crazy.
Yeah. So and then look, you had the number 8 seed, which was the New York Knicks, going to the NBA Finals against the number 1 seed, which was the San Antonio Spurs. I mean, that shit has never happened.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That
You
whole
know, you
shutout season in 1999 was a big flop.
yeah, and I mean, you saw a lot of people, they loved Tim Duncan, because he's up and coming, superstar in the making at the time when they went to the finals. I was rooting for the Knicks because I wanted to see Patrick Ewing get his first ring. I think he was injured during that series, but he had Latrell Sprewell, which they called him the Predator, and then you had Grandmama Larry Johnson playing. And I forgot the other players, but yeah, they had a good team, and I think they ended up losing the series like 4-1 or 4-2 or something like that. Like, there's no way that they're beating the Spurs, man, because they had Sean Elliott, which was pretty interesting.
Hmm.
Yeah, they had Tim Duncan and then the Little Mermaid, David Robinson, because that dude was definitely soft against Hakeem Olajuwon. He couldn't do anything against Hakeem during that 1995, Western Conference Finals.
Wow.
You know,
Yeah, you bring a lot of facts that I didn't know about. So it was like a few of them I knew about, but most of them I didn't know about. Man, you know a lot of stuff, man. You're a historian. You really be studying the game, don't you?
yeah, I love it, man. I love NBA. I love sports, man. I love basketball, and I'm so glad that you got your show going, and Mike has his show going, so we can talk about this because I remember in the past the only entertainment for me back in the day was like listening to sports radio shows,
Yeah,
like certain. So that was the entertainment. Now you have like podcasts going on. You have your podcast, which is cool. going on so we can jump up and and talk about this and debate, and learn from
Yeah,
each other, right?
I'm not trying to say that I'm better than any other dude on YouTube, or my panel is better than anybody else's, but I think the main thing that I want to stick with to separate myself from everybody else is really bringing positive energy. Whatever is trending in the sports world or entertainment world, we talk about that. We can debate, we can agree to disagree, but at the end of the day, for the people that's in the chats and the people that's watching and even the people on the panel that's listening, I just want to bring stats, fact, entertainment, and I want a genuine fan base that want to come over here and be a part of this movement because they like the person that I am. They like the way I treat them when they come over here, and they like the content that I bring. Not because I'm trying to talk about somebody else and say they're not better than me, or say other people are unintelligent or take personal shots. I just want to stay focused on me, my subscribers, and my content, and keep it just like that. Stay in my own lane.
That's cool, man. And that's what keeps a lot of people listening. What you say, the content of your show, as well as debating and learning from each other. Like I've learned some stuff from you too. There's times that I listen to you and you say a lot of interesting facts. I'm just like, wow, that's good to know.
Holy shit. 41 subs. John Wick, man, you be man, you be paying attention to my damn channel, boy. You be on there looking at some shit, man. John Wick don't be playing. I just looked at it. It was 39. We're 41. Oh, we turning up. Bro, I went and I'm talking about less than 4 hours. I went from 8 subs to 41, bro. That's a big jump, bro, in my opinion. Like, that's
Oh, for sure,
crazy.
man. That's great, man. That's great.
That is great. And shout out to everybody that is sub. Whether you're on the panel, whether you stay in the comments, whatever you do, just stay tuned in, stay locked in. If you hungry, I'm gonna feed you all the stats and the facts and entertainment. I'm gonna do it. Like, I'm gonna make sure that I bring everything and do it from every angle. Right now, this shit is looking a little plastered on. It's looking a little undercooked as far as how it looks right now. But like the background and everything, screen sharing and doing a lot of extra shit. Like, I'm gonna do that. Just give me time, please. Be patient, baby, because this is gonna grow. I'm telling you, this is gonna be it's gonna be something epic. I got a feeling it's gonna be something very epic because not only I'm just gonna do a lot of stuff with my channel and streaming, but I'm gonna be linking up with uh other streamers and going live, and we could play basketball, we can play beach football, we can sit at a table in a um in a mutual meeting place and have a live debate, you know, on my panel. Like, what I want to do? I want to set up 2 cameras and meet in a mutual place with a streamer, and we have a debate, and we both stream at the same time on our channels. I don't think nobody ever done that.
That sounds pretty good, man. That sounds really good. So who would be your first guest to debate?
Right now, of course, I feel like I'm on a very, very low level. I need to get to that 1K level before I start meeting up with guys and looking them eye to eye, like, okay, let's debate, let's talk. So I don't know. I don't know what milestone I have to reach for me to be respectable in the eyes of these other guys. As long as my subscribers and people that's watching respect me, that's all I care about. But I wouldn't mind to know where exactly I need to be in order for me to be in that conversation, in that environment. Okay, what about Slide? Let's see what Slide up to. Let's see what Slide think about this. Let's meet up with Slide and have a debate. But I don't think no YouTuber has done that yet. Like, both YouTubers, um, on YouTube, have a name, have subs, and they both meet up, debate at a table, set up their own cameraman and all of that, and we stream at the same time. So that way it doesn't look biased or one sided in the aspect of, okay, I meet up with Flight Reacts and then I'm just streaming off my panel and getting all the subs. You feel me? I want us both to share the content and get subs and from two different angles. So I think that's a very good. I got a lot of good ideas that I'm gonna put into play.
That sounds good, Sly. That sounds good, man. And maybe a suggestion, like on Fridays because it's the NFL season, you can have like Sunday picks. Like we can get together and throw in our picks, like who's like about the games coming up, that Sunday. Like what is it, week 5 coming up? So we can
Yep.
go ahead and see who's gonna win those games on Sunday, and then we'll see who has like the best record after that, with their picks.
Hmm.
Because I love the NFL, and I'm sure you like the NFL too. But that's something to think about. I'll get your picks in on Friday nights with Sly TV.
Okay. I mean, hey, make sure everybody tuning in that Don Levito came up with this. We gonna go with our slide day night picks. I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna name it. It's gonna be like just about a two or 2 hour stream because right now I'm limited to 4 hour stream. So
Right.
that stream will be 2 hours on Fridays for your Sunday and Monday picks.
That'll be cool, man.
And that's your idea, and I'm definitely gonna implement it. I think that's a very good idea. I ain't even thought about nothing for the NFL. I'm just trying to really build my fan base off of whatever, and mostly the NBA. But I haven't thought about what I'm gonna actually initiate into my channel as far as videos or
Mhm.
certain videos that are slanted towards the NFL. I think that I need to bring a channel that has a very good balance of both, like not too much basketball, not too much football, and you got a lot of celebrity gossip and entertainment, reaction videos, all of that. Like I'm trying to bring everything from top to bottom.
That'd be good. And don't be surprised if there's like other people listening to you, as well as like people on like ESPN, Fox Sports Net, or athletes listening to you because a lot of times they end up stealing our ideas. They steal a
Yeah.
lot of
So
they steal
so
they steal a lot of people's ideas.
Fox Sports, ESPN, or any athletes, make sure everybody like, share, and subscribe this live that I was talking about Friday night picks and all my other ideas. Make sure if they get stolen, I need my credit. I need my credit.
Yeah, man. Because at one point, I was like suggesting that the Sixers should suspend Ben Simmons and not pay him because he was saying that he doesn't want to play for the Sixers, right? And at
Hmm.
one point, the Sixers were like, oh, whatever, let's go and trade him. And then next thing I know, I'm reading where they're suspending Simmons because he doesn't want to play for the team. He wants to get traded. But instead of taking away his money, they ended up putting his money in escrow, which is $8.24 million. So whenever he gets traded to a team, he can take that money and buy a house with that 8.24 million. But yeah,
Wow.
they've stolen a lot of ideas from people from the panels, you know, from the hosts, from the streamers, like different podcasts, and they go run away with it, and then they go and put it, in their on their TV shows like it's their own.
Hmm.
So that's what they do. So. But yeah, you guys should get paid for that.
Yeah. Shout out to ESPN, Fox Sports, and any athletes. Like, share, subscribe to me. I'm bringing a lot of good ideas, a lot of good content. If one of my ideas get stolen, it get put on the big screen. It is what it is. Whatever is meant for me is meant for me. I'm blessed to be at 41 subs from 8 subs. Didn't even think that I was gonna get this kind of attention. Didn't think I was gonna get this kind of reception. So I'm blessed and I'm thankful for what it is. And you make progression by being thankful for where you at, not predicting where you're gonna be. And, that's just my opinion. You make progression being thankful for where you at and being patient, not trying to overhaul and overstep thinking about where you're going to
Mhm.
be.
Yeah, and what's up, Goat Mike? Are you still there? So you read on Goat Mike's comment, right?
Um, yeah, I seen Gold Mike's comment. I don't know if he's still in the chat or not because he got his whole channel thing going on over there. He had shut
Hmm.
his live down and then was on my shit, and then he jumped off mine and started up his live. Shout out to Gold Mike for doing that.
Yeah, Goat Mike. It's really cool. So yeah. So going back to the Lakers, man. So did you see the game yesterday against the Nets?
Yes, I seen the game yesterday. I didn't like THT kind of like initiating the offense, kind of being like a point guard.
Yeah.
I think they really should have just let Rondo and Kendrick Nunn run that point that whole game. They should have started off Rondo to kind of let Kendrick Nunn sit on the sideline, see how this shit is done, and then let him come
Right.
in like, man, I'm the young dog. Let me prove myself, and then go hard for the second half. I-
Hmm.
As a coach, you're not just trying to build continuity and morale and chemistry. You're trying to build confidence. The veteran players and the players that are in their prime, they pretty much just need minutes and then get their rhythm and they know their roles and they're going to do what they're going to do. The young players are trying to find their roles and find their fit, and they're trying to make sure that you got to make sure you build their confidence up. So, you know, I think you give them a slice of humble pie and then you give them a shot. So that means I let a veteran come in, you let him see how you see how he doing. And of course, you being young and thinking you better, as soon as that veteran do something that you think you should have did, when you come in, prove it. When I let you come in, prove it. But I'm just a YouTuber. I'm just a guy on the panel. My opinion don't matter that much when it comes to the NBA. I mean, I always hoped in my mind one day, like, it, would it be some type of raffle or some type of thing in a newspaper saying you can come sign up to try out to be a NBA coach or take a test to be an NBA coach. I think I could be a great NBA coach, in my opinion. I think a lot of dudes think that, but
Hmm.
I honestly think that.
So have you coached like any like the youth basketball sports before?
No, but I just know basketball concepts really well. I'm passionate about it. I know how to say things and motivate people. I think in moments where the game would get tight and stuff like that, I would be able to keep my composure, know who to keep in, know who to take out, know what rotations to put in, really sit back and study the game, study my team, know what pieces we need, what pieces might need to leave, what pieces might need to come off the channel. I mean, off the team, all of that
Hmm.
kind of stuff. Like I've been thinking about that kind of stuff.
Salute,
What's up,
Samad.
Lord Gamer, man? I see you got that illmatic, man. What's going on?
What's up, Lord Gamer?
What up?
Nas with
So,
all the chains, man. They don't know they gotta respect the God, man. Shout out to Nasty Nas, man. Nostradamus, man. I fucks with him heavy, man. I fuck with Jay-Z, but me, it's Nas, man. It's Queensbridge.
yep. All I got is one mic, one mic. I love that song by Nas. It was cool.
I'm
You
fucking
remember
with
that
it
song?
here.
You remember that song, right? All I got
Hell
is
yeah.
one mic, one mic.
Yeah, it's off the album. It's off Illmatic.
Yeah, yeah. One of his best songs. What's going on, Lord Gamer?
What up, Don?
Just chilling, man. So what's going on with your Warriors, man?
Man, we just blew out the Blazers, but I ain't celebrating too much because it's just preseason.
We're not celebrating either, but we just want to see what's going on with the teams going.
Man, Avery Bradley looked good today,
Oh yeah, that's right. Huh? You guys got Avery Bradley, huh?
and JP too. He had 30 points.
Who did you all play?
We played the Blazers.
Okay.
Hold up,
So,
the Warriors, y'all got Avery Bradley,
Yeah,
yep.
and you said JP. Who is that? Who you talking about?
Jordan Poole.
Oh, bro. Avery Bradley is a fucking nice pickup as a backup point guard, bro. Wow, I'm shocked that came out of left field.
Yeah, I heard about them picking them up, Avery Bradley. But until Lord Gamer mentioned it, it dawned on me like, yeah, they picked him up.
I don't understand why the Lakers ain't fucking go get him, bro. Avery Bradley and Rondo would have been just fine. I mean, I fuck with Kendrick Nunn. I like what he brings to the table. He more of a younger Avery Bradley, but I just think Avery Bradley got a lot of tread left on his tires. He got continuity. He got real chemistry with LeBron. I just honestly think I don't understand why he didn't come back to the Lakers.
Well, why did he leave in the first place, anyways? Remember, who was it? Jimmy
COVID,
Butler.
COVID.
Jimmy Butler recruited him, right? Because he didn't even go play in the bubble.
Because of COVID. Because of COVID. He didn't even want to
Right.
play because of COVID. And then he went on and went over there to
The
the
Heat.
Heat. And where did that get him?
Hot traded.
Going against the King, what does that get you?
Yeah, that was pretty stupid, man. Hey, so what do you think? You think they're gonna go pick up James Ennis, or what's going on with that? What do you think they're gonna do with the last spot?
I don't know, man. I think we should just stand pat with what we at and make that trade as a trade deadline to go get Zach LaVine or Bradley Beal. Something like that, bro. We need that star wing.
And
If,
Nas,
if THT, Malik Monk, or Wayne Ellington cannot show that they can be reliable and trusted for 30 to 35 minutes per game, and we really got to rotate like two or three guys for a 48-minute game, I don't like that, bro. Guys just can't get their rhythm like that. Like it's just gonna throw off the team. Rotating you don't rotate no more than two dudes per position unless it's really necessary.
Yeah, well, the Lakers don't have any more picks, man. So I don't know how they'd get Zach LaVine over here.
See it. Hey, as long as you got a couple dollars and you got the king, you can make it happen.
Yeah, you heard about Rich Paul, right? Rich Paul was saying that he doesn't want to deal with any more Sixer players.
Yeah, I know. That right there, he's talking about Ben Simmons. That's a shot at Ben Simmons.
Shoot, I really don't see Ben Simmons going anywhere.
yeah, I think they're gonna trade him though.
Yeah, where do you think he's going, Lord Gamer?
It's hard. See, yeah, I think they'll trade him to where he wanna go though.
Where's he going to go to Minnesota?
He said in California he wanna go to a team in California.
Hell no, dude. I mean, look, man. Okay, realistically, Clippers don't have anyone to trade for except if they're going to trade Paul George, which I don't think they're going to do. Lakers, I don't see the Lakers trading anybody for him. The Warriors, I don't know. What do you think about the Warriors?
I don't
And
know
the
either.
look, they wanted Bradley Jr. or Bagley Jr. or Bagley 3, and then they wanted De'Aaron Fox and from the Kings, remember? And the Kings didn't want to do that deal for Simmons. I don't even think Simmons wants to go play for Luke Walton. So maybe the jet shot might be with the Warriors. But then who do the Warriors give up?
What? So you said what? Done.
No, I said who would the Warriors give up?
I forgot what the original trade package was. I think it was Andrew Wiggins. I forgot what the other trade package was.
Would you give up that number 7 and 14 pick that you guys got?
Nah, I keep one though.
How about Draymond Green? Would you add him in the package too?
Sixers wouldn't want to Drake One Green because him and Ben Simmons basically the same player.
Well, listen, if I was the Sixers, I would not trade Ben Simmons of where he wants to go. I'll trade him for the best value that I can get for him, right? If you're trading dollar for a dollar, you're not going to trade 25 cents to a dollar. You want that dollar for a dollar, right?
But currently, teams are trying their best not to give up that much for Ben Simmons because he's lowering his value with the more he does. He lowering his value.
Well,
and
if
that's just helping other teams.
yeah, well, if I was the Sixers, I'd keep benching his ass, Ben Simmons, and I'll keep on suspending him, and I'll keep taking his pay away until he plays because the Sixers have him for another 4 years. It's an 8-year contract that they did. I would not trade him to California if I was the Sixers. I ain't doing it, man. But we'll see how the Sixers are. We'll see if the Sixers if they're gonna grow any, or what.
Man, let's see if Daryl Amori gonna budge or not.
I think they're gonna sit him and they're gonna trade his ass somewhere that he don't like, but they're just waiting on the package to come.
Yeah.
It's real complicated right now because he fucked up his draft stock on purpose to kind of like, rub it in their face. And at the same time, I'm still leaving out of here, and you got to deal with whatever you got to deal with while I'm gone. And that's bullshit, bro. Have some honor, have some integrity about yourself. Stop being a bitch ass nigga. Get better. Deal with critiques. Deal with criticism like a real man, like a real professional. Stop acting like a little ass boy.
That's true, man. And a lot of like ex Sixer players are saying pretty much what you're saying. This guy's a grown ass baby already. He gets all butthurt because the Sixers organization is telling him that he needs to work on his shooting. So he gets all butthurt, right? And he's like, "I want to be traded. I want to get traded. I don't want to play here anymore. I'm not going to talk to my teammates anymore. I'm going to go hide out in Cali." Like, what kind of garbage is that?
Like I tell people, bro, I don't personally know Ben Simmons. I'm not in his life. I'm not a part of the Sixers organization. None of that. I don't follow the Sixers. None of that. But if you really look at deep into this, and common sense would tell you, he has people around him telling him that he's just fine. He don't need to improve like that. That everybody is just hating on him and things of that nature. He got people around him. He got a bunch of yes men around him. He's a young guy with a lot of money and a lot of a lot of confidence in that's turned into arrogance. His confidence has turned into arrogance at this point. And people around him are pushing that instead of saying, you know what, Doc Rivers and Joel Embiid are right. I love you to death, Ben. Like his girl need to tell him that. His mama need to tell him that. Everybody need to tell him that. Like, love you to death, bro. But you need to stop getting so mad and take a look in the mirror. You need to calm down, evaluate yourself, and figure out whether you're going to be here or not. And in the meantime, you need to get better. Regardless of where you're going to play, what you're going to do at this juncture in your NBA career, you need to focus on getting better. More focused than you've ever been in your life. You need to focus on that right now because we're watching you. And you're going to be a fucking glorified G League player here in a minute. Now, I know a lot of people say, man, you crazy as hell. A dude with his resume, defensive player of the year, then a nomination for defensive player of the year that I thought he should have got. A lot of shit he's accomplished thus far in his career, but he just cannot consistently get better. He's consistently been the same fucking guy since he came in the league. And in my honest opinion, I don't care what fucking position you play. If you can't give me 25 points per game and a solid effort on defense, you're not an elite player. You're just elite on one side of the ball. Being elite on one side of the ball does not make you elite.
That's true right there. What do you think about that, Lord Gamer? No, you're right, man. And I saw videos of him in high school. When he was a senior and he was shooting all these threes and these jump shots, and it's like, how come this shit hasn't transitioned with them over to the pros? Over
Yeah.
over in the summer, he's been practicing supposedly, and then when he gets into the regular season games, he ain't doing that shit like he was doing in the gym. With nobody there. It's like, come on, dude. It's like all you got to do is just go work on your shots. Like Kobe said, if he spent like so many hours in the gym, and if he was to develop like a jump shot, this guy would be scary. But he didn't want to listen to Kobe. He's like, yeah, I know. People have told me that. You know, and Kobe, like he a lot of times he knew what the hell he was talking about when he saw talent. He was even shaking his head of why the Lakers didn't draft Jason Tatum, over
Yeah,
Lonzo Ball. You know what
I
I mean?
heard. I heard Jason Tatum was cooking today.
Yeah, can you imagine? I mean, he's always wanted to be a Laker. You know that, right, Jason Tatum? But
Yeah.
but the Lakers ended up taking Lonzo Ball, and to me, I was kind of bumming out on that, because I did want Jason Tatum for the Lakers, but they wanted Lonzo Ball, and he did show some promising. Like I would watch him at UCLA games. I'd watch him, and he was decent. But I don't know. Would you want him back, Lonzo Ball, or not really
Would I want Lonzo Ball back where?
to the Lakers?
Um, that's kind of hard to say when I got Westbrook right now.
Yeah, no, no, no. Before Westbrook,
Oh yeah, I wouldn't have a problem having Lonzo back. Definitely.
uh-huh.
No problem at all. He's made great strides and improvements, and he definitely would add on to this team. It's nothing personal. People need to understand with LeBron, he can evaluate talent as is. He's great at doing that. That means I'm going to evaluate you right now and see what you can bring to the table for this team this year. Not next year, not 2 or 3 years from now. This year. It took Lonzo Ball 2 years to become the player that Chicago wanted. He wasn't that player when he left to the Pelicans. He was that player after he played 2 seasons with the Pelicans. So
Yeah,
that's how I look at it. And I think, yes, he would be a great addition to the Lakers brass. He would be a great addition alongside the King. But, we had to make a move we had to make, and we gonna do what we got to do with what we got, and I think we got a great roster. I think we need more help at the power forward position, so Trevor Ariza, AD, and LeBron don't have to play power forward so much. But it is what it is, bro. We're gonna make it work. Frank Vogel, he has a great defensive mind. You got Rajon Rondo, uh, LeBron, and Carmelo. These dudes have legendary basketball IQ. Uh, just you know, all we need to do stay healthy, stick together, hustle, put our minds together, and make it happen. That's all we got to do.
yeah. It's I'm glad you got that point going on about Lonzo Ball, because I think he improved a lot more than Kyle Kuzma.
He did,
Yeah.
bro, and I honestly think Kyle Kuzma will never be this 25 plus point per game elite scorer that everybody said. All good luck to Kyle Kuzma. But I just don't think he's that guy.
No, I agree with you, man. And when I heard him say, "Oh, I'm gonna work on my dribbling skills over the summer," I like dropped my Kool-Aid, man, because I'm like, "Shit, bro, you should have been working on this shit since year one or year two. Your dribbling skills." It's like, come on, it's like, why are you bringing this shit up?
Yeah, because it's like when you're a wing player, one of the main things you should do if you're not going to be a catch and shoot guy is work on your dribbling. So for you to say you're working on it now is ridiculous.
Yeah, this guy had all these years to improve, right? I didn't see anything with this dude. You remember how they would say that he would be the third option, right?
Yeah, I know. That was crazy.
It'll be okay, LeBron, Anthony, and then Kyle Kuzma, right? He'd be the third option. The guy never even developed into a third option or fourth option. This guy was like very inconsistent, night in and night out.
He definitely
And
was.
a lot
But
of people,
he got a chance with the Wizards to prove himself. I'm gonna give him 2 years. This year, eh, next year, that third year, if he don't take off to really consistently being great on defense, because as far as his body type, uh, once his body fill out, he should be a very good uh perimeter defender, and he could actually play the four too. Um, so in spurts he could play the four, stretch the four out, contest shots with his length. Um, I think at year three with the Wizards, I'm done with him. If he don't show what he need to show year three, I'm done with him.
So do you think the Wizards are going to actually start him?
Got to,
So
got to.
he's not coming off the bench.
I mean, shit, who's gonna start ahead of them? It ain't like they got a plethora of good players.
Yeah, shit.
I mean, because honestly, bro, outside of Hachimura, Bradley Beal, and Spencer Dinwiddie is a dude that I'm really anxious to see. I'm anxious to see him more than any other player in the league right now.
Mhm.
I really liked what he did with the Nets before he got injured.
I'm just surprised that the Nets never went back for him. They just like let him go. What a bunch of dummies.
Because they putting all of their real estate, and all of their bets. They pushing all the chips to the middle of the table on Kyrie and James Harden. I hope that bet don't come back to bite him in the ass.
Yeah, I mean those guys. I think it was the injuries, wasn't it? It was part of the reason why they didn't go to the finals. It was the injuries with Kyrie Irving and James Harden, and then Kevin Durant was coming off an ACL tear, right?
Yeah,
Achilles heel. So he wasn't really healing that right because he was in and out of games. He played 1 or 2 games, then he would be out 3 to 4 games, and come back and play another game. They'd be out another 2 games. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
his playing time wasn't too consistent this year or last year.
You got something going on in the background. It's like crackling, crackling, crackling.
I wonder if that's Lord Gamer.
I'm not sure who that is. Why is that doing that?
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna mute my mic.
What you think about everything we was talking about, Lord Gamer? Lord Gamer? Oh, I guess he just tuning in, or he may have fell asleep. I'm not sure. Uh,
Oh, the echo is coming from Lord Gamer.
think so,
Yeah, I know. So
Lord Gamer. You might have to hop out and hop back in, Lord Gamer.
yeah, I think he's falling asleep.
Yeah.
Hey, man. So, do you ever get some Detroit pizza? I'm sure you like Detroit pizza out there, right?
No, I'm not in Detroit. I'm in Grand Rapids, but we got some very good pizza places here.
At Detroit style.
Yeah, got some Detroit and Chicago style pizza here.
Hey, you ever drink that soda called Rock and Rye?
Uh, yeah, I've drunk that before.
That Rock and Rye soda. It's like a cream soda, isn't it?
Yeah, it actually no, it's not cream soda. It's kind of like it looks like RC Cherry or Coca Cola, but it kind of got this sweeter tart taste. It's kind of like Pepsi. It's like a flat version of Pepsi with a little twist. Have you ever drunk some Pepsi when it was flat with a little bit of a twist? I mean,
Yeah.
that's kind of like my opinion on it.
Well, the thing is, a good friend of mine used to live in Detroit, so she moved to LA, and then every time she would go to Detroit, she'd bring back Rock and Rye cola. So she'd give me like a 6 pack, to go drink. So that was like a treat because I'd make it like floats with that, like ice cream floats with the Rock and Rye, sodas. And I was saying, man, this is good, man. Detroit has some pretty good sodas over there.
They do.
You guys got some good pizzas out there. Cloverleaf pizza, I heard was pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I've been to Detroit and ate a few different things. Been to
Uh-huh.
Chicago downtown, ate some added some different restaurants. Um, those are pillars of American history as far as just everything, music, the automotive industry, uh, celebrities, gangs. Detroit and Chicago are synonymous for all of those things.
Yeah, and Detroit has like a lot of history, man. Like you're saying.
A lot, bro.
Yeah, you guys have those old buildings, like a lot of old buildings, like historic built, like old buildings, and then like the women are crazy over there too, man. You hear them, some of them like cat whistle at the guys, which is funny as hell. You
Yeah,
know what
it's
I mean? It's like,
definitely a place that I don't want to live. I'm glad I live in Grand Rapids.
how
It's
far is
like a
that from
crack house
Detroit?
every about 2.5 hours.
Okay, so is it by Lansing?
Yeah, it's in that same range as Chicago. Practically from here to Detroit is maybe about a
Okay,
half hour to an hour less than here to Chicago. Here to Chicago is 3 hours to 3 hours and a half.
okay. So I'm sure that you venture out in Chicago too, right?
I haven't ventured out in the last few years, but I've been there twice.
Yeah, man. The South Side's crazy, man. South side of Chicago.
Yeah, last time I was there, I was outside for like 10 minutes, heard some gunshots, ran my ass in the house.
Yeah, dude. Who is it? My cousin said that he was at a bar down there, and I guess some guy was trying to pick up this one chick, and the chick grabbed a beer bottle and like broke his nose with it.
Wow. I guess he didn't like his pickup lines.
Nah, nah, she didn't, man.
Jesus.
Yeah, those chicks are crazy over there.
Yeah, very crazy, bro.
But you never slip into Canada, huh?
Oh no, I never been into Canada, bro. I want to go to Canada. Um, there's a lot of different places I want to go. I want to go to Ireland. Like, it's a lot of places. Once I really get the money and the time and opportunity,
Yeah,
I want to go and I want to take my sons also. That's why when I posted this live, I posted that picture of me and my sons because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about for me. Me
yeah,
being
for
a
sure, man.
father, me taking care of business, and me
Hmm.
doing what I need to do in that aspect. Everything else is secondary.
That's true, man. I totally agree. You gotta take care of your family before anything else.
Yeah,
It's number one. It's number one, man. That's why, like I always tell, because I work at schools over here in LA, and I always tell the kids, make sure that you take care of yourselves before you go take care of anybody else. Because if you can't take care of yourself, you're not gonna be able to take care of anybody else.
yeah,
Get your shit together. Make sure your ducks are in order. Do the best you can. You know, go with the. You know what I mean? Take care of
yeah,
your business. Take care of your business. Do what you got to do.
no
You know,
doubt.
because if you go, spreading your seeds to everyone, you have all these kids, and then you're not responsible for them. It's not even worth it,
Not
man.
only that, not only that, even if you gonna do what you got to do to be responsible, you're spreading yourself thin. At the end of the day, you can only be one place at a time. So you got like five different baby mamas. Okay, that's fine. You can have five different baby mamas, but I guarantee you, you won't have uh, a guy that has only one baby mama and two kids like me will have a whole lot less stress. Do I have stress? You know, do I get into it with my BM? We kind of into it right now because of something personal between us two. But at the end of the day, the main objective is to take care of the kids and put the personal things to the side when we both around each other with the kids in the presence of them. Whatever issues we have as adults, we'll iron them out eventually. But you got to stay in character and keep the main goal in mind when your kids is around, even when they ain't around. I'm not the type to try to portray and play like I get along with my kid's mother when they around, and then when they ain't around, or and she around me, or when her and them ain't around, I'm throwing cheap shots on Facebook and shit like that. I ain't into all that bullshit. I stay in my own lane, do what I gotta do, bring what I need to bring to the table, and keep my personal life with women that I deal with and my friends separate as possible from their mother, because she's a jealous type, to be honest with you. But I ain't gonna go too far into that.
I understand. I understand. Yeah, man. Because I remember, I think Easy poor thing. The guy had like 9 kids, right? And
Yeah,
so when he got AIDS, I remember, and he died from that. Everybody thought that his kids had AIDS too, or the women that he slept with had AIDS, but a lot of them tested negative. You know about that, right?
yeah,
Like,
I know.
so then they're saying, oh, maybe he got it from acupuncture, because I guess they weren't cleaning the needles right.
Yeah, I know. It actually, Suge Knight actually cracked the joke like he had a needle and was gonna give him AIDS. It was actually on Arsenio Hall or some televised show. Suge Knight actually cracked a joke about that shit. It was very insensitive, and a lot of people to this day actually think that he wasn't joking, that he was actually being for real, but he was trying to make it out to be a joke. But it is what it is. You never know. Suge Knight is in prison, and Easy is gone, so you might as well not get all into the conspiracy theories and just let it go.
Yeah, a lot of people try to get into that stuff. But yeah, Suge Knight, that dude was ruthless. I heard
Yeah,
that
he was different, man. He was a savage.
I heard that he used to do a lot of crazy shit, like to the rappers. Like he hated the East Coast rappers for some reason.
It was more of gang politics of the Crips and Bloods not liking the way the New York guys took actually just took the names and flipped a lot of the concepts, rules, and principles and things that go into that. Those
Yeah, I mean it was like so different back then. I remember that East Coast West Coast the rivalry. And then when NWA broke up, and then Ice Cube went to go make his own single, and he was like totally ragging on NWA, from like he was ragging on like Dr. Dre and Yellow, and how they're getting like pimped by the white manager, that he wasn't gonna get pimped like that. That he was doing his own thing.
Yeah, thank God that Ice Cube and Dr. Dre made peace with him on his deathbed.
Yeah, that was good. I mean, as a kid listening to NWA, yeah, they're pretty good, man. I mean, they're the NWA was the group that put some of these other rap artists out of commission. You know, I remember when the Beastie Boys, when they made that album Paul's Boutique, when you go back and you listen to it, I really liked it, but it was overshadowed by NWA and gangster rap. Because it was like coming in and it was blasting everybody out, and they're hitting the top of the charts. So Paul's Boutique was like in the bottom of 50, of the albums, but that album had a lot of samplings from different artists. So all those artists are still suing the Beastie Boys as we speak.
Yeah, I think if if NWA stayed together, they could have really changed the history and trajectory of hip hop, and definitely changed the history and trajectory of West Coast hip hop if they stayed together.
Hmm. So it was Ice Cube that took off, right? And then I remember when Dr. Dre went with Snoop Dogg and they had the Chronic. That was a pretty cool album.
Yeah, it was one of the greatest albums of all time. Period, hands down.
Yeah, nothing like a G thing. That was a cool song right there.
Let Me Ride, and they had
Yeah,
a lot of nice tracks on there.
yeah. What was that? What was that one song? Was it sipping gin juice? Sipping on gin juice, right?
Yep, gin and juice.
Gin and juice. That was a cool song too. Yeah, they had
Yeah,
some. Yeah, they had some really good tracks back then. Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg.
I mean, people don't understand. Like at that juncture in hip hop, you had the greatest production and the greatest rapping all in one camp
Hmm.
on the West Coast, which the East Coast dominated forever. So for the best rapper and the best producer and the best label to be in the West Coast, that was legendary.
Yeah, for sure. So what do you think when Dr. Dre produced Eminem's album?
Um,
Hi, my name is, hi, my name is
yeah,
Slim
my
Shady.
name my name is you
Slim
got
Shady.
cleaning out my closet. That was a man, that was one of the greatest Dr. Dre produced songs ever, bro. I love cleaning out my closet.
Hmm.
And then another song, I am whatever you say I am. If I wasn't, and why would I say I am? Like that song is legendary. Uh, you got Superman. You ever heard of that the Eminem song Superman?
Yeah, that's a cool song right there.
Like he got hit after hit, bro. He's a legend. He's top five greatest rapper of all time.
Oh, Eminem.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, yeah. I remember. Did you hear the story when he wrote that song "Lose Yourself"? For the 8 Mile soundtrack, and that song went up for like best song of the year, right?
Yeah.
Okay, at the Academy Awards, and he was at home. The guy got drunk and he fell asleep. So when they announced the winner for best song from a motion picture, his song ended up winning that award, Academy Award, and the guy was at home sleeping.
Plus, you had a few tracks from 50 Cent that was on fire and coming out with Get Rich or Die Trying at the time. I believe you had Wanksta. It was on the 8 Mile soundtrack. You know, it's like a lot of momentum. 50 Cent, Eminem, and Dr. Dre had at the time. They was just fucking steamrolling over the whole industry.
Yeah, they were.
They dominated for years.
Hmm. 50 Cent wasn't he like Curtis Jack? It wasn't Curtis Jackson, was it?
Yeah, that's his real name, Curtis Jackson.
Okay, okay, Curtis Jackson. Okay, yeah, you're right. They were dominating,
Like I
and
said, still to this day, no other hip hop album has ever sold 11.5 million units worldwide.
so what do you think about that Super Bowl halftime show coming up? You have Eminem, Dr. Dre, and who else? I forgot the
Uh,
other artists.
I'm not sure. I heard about Eminem and Dr. Dre.
Yeah, they're gonna be in
Um,
the they're gonna perform the Super Bowl halftime show.
you know
Well,
what?
Snoop Dogg's gonna be on there too.
Let me look it up right now to see who
Yeah.
is the performing acts of the Super Bowl 2022. Um, 1 second. Halftime show. One second. Kendrick Lamar, Snoop Dogg, and Eminem. I see a woman in the picture too. Looks like Mary J. Blige. Yep,
Wow.
that is
That's
gonna
gonna
be very, very entertaining.
that's gonna be good, man. Because it's gonna be over in L.A. The Super Bowl. It's gonna be over at SoFi Stadium over in Inglewood, California. So
Yeah,
those. Yeah.
you don't see Kendrick Lamar like he ain't dropped an album in years. You don't see Eminem performing a lot. Mary J. Blige, she's the queen of R&B. You
Yep.
know what Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre bring to the table. So I think it's gonna be one of the best Super Bowl halftimes ever.
I agree with you, man. I'm definitely looking forward to that. When I heard those names pop up at the Super Bowl halftime show, I'm like, damn, it's gonna be good. Definitely excited about that, man. And we'll see what happens between on that show. Hopefully it's a good matchup too. A good game. As well. You know.
I hope so. I'm hoping that my Chiefs are there.
Oh man, your Chiefs, man. Hey, they beat those Eagles pretty good.
Yeah, they beat them up,
Yeah, they
and they
teased
kept them.
them.
They kept them under 30 points per game.
Remember, they teased the Eagles. They thought the Eagles were gonna win. They're letting the Eagles think that they're gonna win. They came back and freaking pulled them a Mahomes where they ended up taking the lead. Just
Oh
taking
yeah,
that.
literally what happened is he kept bombing them with Tyreek, and they couldn't stop it. Literally, like after that first bomb, it was over. It opened up everything.
Yeah, the team was pretty good, man. But who do you see them beating though? You see any team beating the Chiefs in the AFC?
I think they're gonna take like two more losses. I'm not sure who, because I'm surprised by the losses that they already done had. And a lot of these teams on paper look a certain way, but they look different playing. So I would give it 2 to 3 more weeks before we really know what these teams look like. Reminds you, the Chiefs just got Josh Gordon too, so they got to integrate him into the offense as well.
Yeah. And then, hey, you know what? Did you see that game last night between the Patriots and the Buccaneers?
That was garbage, man. The
You
Patriots
think
had
so?
that game.
Shit. Did you see that turnover? The guy fumbled the ball, and that old man Richard Sherman, picked up the fumble. I'm like, oh
Bro. It, whoever that kicker is for the Patriots, he needs to be fired effective immediately.
man. Hey, dude, that was funny on that boink. The way he hit the field goal was pretty funny.
You don't miss that field goal. You can't miss it.
I think he hit like 26 in a row or some shit like that.
Bro, you know Bill Belichick fucking chewed that boy out after that.
But listen, let's say that he would have made that field goal. They would have had 59 seconds left, right? Do you think that Tom Brady would have drove him down and won the game?
I'm confident that defense could have stopped them. They stopped them all game, didn't they?
Yeah, pretty much, man. They did. And then Antonio Brown was dropping those balls. See that? He's dropping those passes. And
Yeah,
then there's one pass that Antonio Brown did. He turned around too late and too far away. That the ball ended up on the other side of him. Remember?
yeah, I think it's great defensive concepts by Bill Belichick. He knows Antonio Brown well enough from when he had his little stint over there, and of course we know he knows Tom Brady well. He's one of the greatest defensive head coaches of all time. You're in Foxborough, and they play hard. They play disciplined. So I wasn't surprised by the game being close, but I was surprised that that dude he didn't hit that fucking field goal. Like that shit just was looking bad. It looks bad, bro.
And and like a lot of those plays that they designed for Mac Jones was really for Tom Brady. Like they gave Tom Brady's plays to Mac Jones. And Mac Jones was like hitting him. That dude was like on target. See that shit?
Yeah, Mac Jones is definitely a good quarterback. He's not no bum. He's not uh, a bust. He's a good quarterback. Is he
Yeah.
great? No, but he's good.
And he fits the Patriot system pretty good so far. So I thought that was a pretty good game last night. The Patriot fans should be happy that their future looks a little brighter. Looked a little brighter last night with Mac Jones.
I think win or lose with that game being that tight, it's a confidence builder and something like I said, Jameis Winston, not Jameis Winston, but um
Mac Jones.
no not just Matt Jones, but fuck Matthew Stafford, win or lose, long as that game was close and you're going throw for throw with the GOAT, there's no way you can tell me a guy wouldn't walk away confident after that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this guy shouldn't have anything to be ashamed of. He played great. You know, even Tom Brady was like, "What the fuck's going on over here? Who is this guy?" You know. I'm sure
Yeah.
that Tom. I'm sure that Tom Brady built up some respect for Mac Jones after that
And,
game.
and clearly you can see the relationship of Tom Brady and Bill Belichick is fucked up, is fractured. Because when they met in the middle of the field, they didn't even look each other. If you replay the video, they didn't
Yeah,
even look each other in the face. They literally just hugged and went their separate ways.
yeah, dude. It was pretty much like one of those quick hugs. Like, hey, man, we got to be cordial and we got to
It
keep
was
it
genuine
professional.
hatred. It was professionalism, but hatred at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he was pretty stupid, bro. I mean, that looked pretty fake. The way that they went to go hug each other, I was like, come on.
Bro, literally, I guarantee you the end of that game, bro, that the end of that game probably had a lot of fucking viewers because everybody wanted to see what was the interaction going to be between Bill Belichick and Tom Brady at the end.
Yeah, I was reading that Robert Kraft, the owner of the Patriots, he was saying some shit like, "Well, I would really want Tom Brady to retire as a Patriot. If that case, how come you didn't fucking give him more money? Why did you let him walk? You know, like what was up?
They was
Because
fucking up his career.
yeah, I
Doing
mean,
Aaron
yeah,
Rodgers over there.
yeah, and you know that with Brady was like taking less money to get all these players. You know, Brady should have been taking a lot, would have been should have been looking out for himself and signing for a lot more money, but he didn't.
Well, see, the thing is, Tom Brady, he's been great at making a subpar offense good enough to win Super Bowls with great defense. I think he just got tired of doing that. And he just said, you know what, I can overachieve with an underachieving offense, but I'm tired of doing that. And I need a new scenery. You know that story came out about Tom Brady's father saying that his son, quote unquote, said he feels vindicated. I have a video speaking on it on my channel, saying that he felt free and he felt vindicated from the Patriots and Bill Belichick and all the rules and all the shit they had over there.
Yeah, that's pretty jacked up. Waiting for his pops to even say that. Wow, because he was, this guy was Mr. Patriot, man. Um, Tom Brady, and the fans still have a lot of respect for him. You know.
Definitely, that's a fact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, and look. Ever since he went to the Bucks, he's like vindicated. You know, he's been vindicated. Look how he's playing right now. And this guy's like what, 44 years old?
Definitely. I
Yeah.
want to I just want to cut in real quick, and I want to get back to the Dream Team versus Redeem Team because I think I got like a half hour left on the stream. I think I can only stream for like 4 hours. I'm not sure. I don't really remember reading the terms and whatever that shit is when you go on StreamYard. But right now, because I didn't get that premium plan that give you unlimited streaming or some shit like that and 10 people on the panel, I can only have up to 6 people on the panel and stream for like 4 hours. So I just want to get back into finishing that. You know what I mean? Finish that up real quick, and then however much time we got left, we can still vibe out about whatever. Get back to that link, Bleacher Report. Let me see here real quick. I was at the point of comparison. We just got past Clyde Drexler and Russell Westbrook. No, we just got past Karl Malone and Carmelo, and now we're at uh so far the score: Dream Team 3, Team USA 2012 USA Men's Olympic Team is the score of 2. The score is being rated based on the characteristics, career moves, and legacy of each player versus each player. Now we're at Karl Malone versus Carmelo Anthony. Oh, no, 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 no. No, we're at John Stockton versus Darren Williams. My bad. John Stockton versus Darren Williams. Stockton only saw the court in 4 of the 8 games during the 1992 Olympics, averaging 2.8 points and 2 assists during his limited action. Stockton and Latner were the only 2 players on the roster to not start a single game, while Stockton and Magic Johnson were the only 2 to sit out at least 1 game during the tournament. Williams' role on the 2012 Team USA should be slightly more important to that of Stockton's. Williams and Chris Paul should split time at point guard, although Paul appears to have a slight edge in becoming the team's starter at that slot. While Stockton and Williams both played point guard for Utah, their styles are somewhat different. First, it should be noted that both players are incredible passers. Williams has a big size advantage over the undersized Stockton, giving him the ever so slight advantage if these 2 were ever to go head to head. So that's it. Darren Williams got the edge. Dream Team 4, um, the Redeem Team 3. Patrick Ewing versus Tyson Chandler. Yeah, this is interesting. Uh, and I think this is good stuff, bro. Like, just going on different publications and reading it, because I think that's one thing I bring to the table. Like, I think when people like debate me and see me on panels, and I be saying nigga this, nigga that, and doing going on my rants, dudes be thinking I'm like super unintelligent and shit like that. Don't got no proper grammar, bro. I've been to college and everything, bro. It's just like it just naturally like when I don't feel like I have to really push that whole idea that I'm smart, I just use the ignorant shit because everybody be kind of like knowing what I'm saying. Like when I'm in that environment and it's certain people in the environment know what I'm saying, I don't feel like I have to speak like I'm going to a fucking job interview. But I feel like narrating or just practically rereading publications the way I can is pretty good, bro. I think when I go back and look at this stream, I think I sound pretty good reading this shit. Everybody, let me know how you think I sound. I think I'm pretty good at this shit. Patrick Ewing versus Tyson Chandler. New York Knicks centers will battle it out at the starting center position. Ewing averaged 9.5 points per game and 5.3 rebounds in Barcelona, while shooting over 62% from the floor. Ewing was also regarded as one of the best shot blockers throughout his career. While Chandler's defensive ability is at the same level or maybe even better than Ewing's, his offensive his offense does not come close. Chandler is starting to figure it out better and better on offense each season, but he still lacks a natural scoring ability like Ewing had. Ewing was not only able to score in the low post, but could also knock down the mid-range jumpers. Chandler, on the other hand, scores mostly off dunks or offensive rebounds. Chandler's athleticism could give Ewing trouble, but in the end, Ewing is just a flat-out better basketball player. The edge goes to Patrick Ewing, Dream Team 5, the 2012 Team USA Olympic Team 3. We move on to Charles Barkley versus LeBron. Oh yeah, we got this one.
Shit, LeBron, man.
No offense to Charles Barkley, shout out to Charles, but you ain't fucking with LeBron. Okay, New York, Charles Barkley versus LeBron James. The Barkley LeBron, the Barkley James matchup, along with the Jordan Bryant matchup, that will be described in a couple of slides are without a doubt the two best comparisons um, among players. Barkley led the Dream Team in scoring, averaging 18 points per game on remarkable 71% shooting. He even stepped out and knocked down 7 of 8 shots behind the arc while also gathering 4.1 rebounds per game. James James is not only the best, but also the most complete player in the NBA. He can score. The Bleacher Report is saying this, okay? Don't look at my avatar if you're watching this and think that I'm reading some overhyped up or edited um some shit. I'm reading it. This is the Bleacher Report 2012. James is not only the best, but also the most complete player in the NBA. He can score, rebound, pass, and defend, as well as play or guard any position on the court. He is built like a football player, but can run the court fast as anyone. I'm not the biggest LeBron fan in the world, although I am not a hater like most are. But anyone who watches the NBA should agree with everything stated above, regardless of your bias. Although Barkley was a power forward and James is more of a small forward, James is actually 2 inches taller than Barkley. It's tough to pick against the leading scorer on possibly the greatest Olympic basketball team this world will ever see. But LeBron is no ordinary player, which is why he wins here. The edge goes to LeBron James, Dream Team, the 1992 Dream Team 5. The score, they got the score of 5. Team USA 2012, the score of 4 with LeBron James tallying that. We move on to Larry Bird versus KD. You want to interject on anything I said thus far, Don?
Yeah, real quick. I definitely agree. I'll take LeBron James any day over Charles Barkley. That's for dang sure. Remember, in the beginning of this, I was saying that the '92 Dream Team would whoop on the 2012 team. So go ahead, proceed on. You're doing good. Awesome.
Okay, Larry Bird versus Kevin Durant. Bird averaged a modest 8.4 points per game and 3.8 rebounds per game during the Barcelona games, while shooting 52% from the field. However, he was only 9 for 27 from beyond the arc, which is somewhat puzzling. Bird was playing through an injury during this time, something that you mentioned earlier. Don mentioned this earlier about the back injuries and shit like that. Um, so it's tough to read into his statistics too much. Durant is the NBA's best scorer, which makes him Team USA's best offensive player. Although Durant could use some improvement in other areas of his games, such as defense and rebounding, he is on his way to becoming an NBA great. His silky smooth stroke, long arms, and athleticism make him nearly impossible to guard. No disrespect to Bird here, but I do not think there is any way he could cover Durant in a one-on-one matchup. Although Durant's season ended in disappointment as the Thunder fell short of an NBA title, it would be long before Durant hoists the trophy. It won't be long before Durant hoists the trophy. And of course, we know 5 years later, he goes to Golden State, two finals championships in a row, two finals MVP. We know that story. The edge goes to Kevin Durant. Team USA and Dream Team are tied 5 for 5. Roster evaluation. Team to team, they're tied 5 to 5 right here.
Damn.
Now we get down to Michael Jordan versus Kobe Bryant. Oh my God.
That's crazy.
Here's the matchup that you've all been waiting for. Arguably the best two shooting guards to ever play the game. Let me give honorable mention to Tracy McGrady uh, and Dwayne Wade. I just want to mention those two guys when we're talking about the greatest two guards that ever played the game. Because in my opinion, man, when we just look at it from an offensive talent standpoint, bro, even Kobe said Tracy McGrady can do everything I can do. He's just taller. Tracy McGrady was different. But I'm just gonna leave it at that and give y'all something to chew on when it comes to T Mac. I think that a lot of panels don't even bring up Tracy McGrady. When they do, they just bring him up and then gloss over him and don't really dig into the stats and dig into the history and really give him his flowers, give him his just due. But I'm definitely going to do a live stream, and half of that stream is going to be about Tracy McGrady. Here's the matchup that you all been waiting for. Arguably the two best shooting guards to ever play the game. Jordan's 6 NBA championship rings collide with Bryant's 5 rings. Jordan finished second on the 1992. Oh, hold on 1 second. Let me get something to drink. My voice getting hoarse. Nice orange sun kiss does the body well. Um, Jordan's 6 NBA championship rings collide with Bryant's 5 rings. Jordan finished second on the 1992 squad in scoring with 14.9 points per game and third in assists with an average of 4.8. Jordan, along with Pippen, were also the two best defenders on that 1992 team. Bryant is the old man of the 2012 version of Team USA. At 33 years old, Bryant can still score with as much ease as anyone in the league, as it is a key ingredient to the level of success that this year's team hopes to reach. Although these two players are nearly clones, although these two players are nearly clones in some aspects of the game, such as height, scoring ability, Jordan is the winner. Overall, he is a better defender and passer than Bryant, which I agree, bro. But it's so many Kobe fans that say that he can pass just as good as MJ and he's a better defender or just as good. I'm not taking nothing away from him, bro, but he's just not that guy. Um, all right. Uh, Also, Jordan was his team's best player on all 6 championship teams, while Bryant had Shaquille O'Neal on his side for his first 3 titles. I didn't say that. The Bleacher Report said that. Just want to let y'all know. Dream Team score tallied 6 to Team USA 2012, 5. Okay. Last but certainly not least, Magic Johnson versus Chris Paul is the battle of the point guards. Johnson sat out during 2 of the 8 tournament games in 1992, but averaged 8 points, 5.5 rebounds, and 2.3 assists when he suited up. Johnson is one of the biggest players to ever play point guard, standing 6'9". That's a lie. LeBron is 6'8.5", 6'9", averaged 25 points per game, and 10.2 assists that led the league, and he won an NBA title, and he passed Kobe in scoring, all in 1 year. All in 1 year. I want y'all to understand that. Oh, so if you ever get in a debate with somebody and they say name your top 5 point guards, your top 10 point guards, or name a point guard that can go against whatever point guard somebody else is talking about. LeBron James is a point guard. I want that to be known. And anybody that comes on my panel that feels like they want to use LeBron as a point guard in the argument, you're more than free to do it. Paul, on the other hand, measures to hold on, yeah, okay. So yeah, Magic Johnson, one of the biggest point guards ever, standing at 6'9". Paul, on the other hand, measures to about 6 feet tall, Paul is a pass first point guard, but does have the ability to slither into the lane to score as well as knock down open jump shots. Paul is a sneaky defender and currently leads Team USA in steals. While Paul has a definitive speed advantage over Johnson, the 9 inches that Paul gives up defensively is too much to overcome. While Johnson is a tough matchup for any point guard, he would especially be tough for Paul considering he is undersized even for a point guard. Edge Magic Johnson. Final score Dream Team 7, Team USA 2012 Redeem Team 5. So from that breakdown, you would say that the Dream Team is better. But honestly, if you go and look at the complete roster of that 2012 Redeem Team, Derrick Rose, it's a lot of dudes that was not in that fucking lineup, bro. That would have made shit different, bro. I'm telling you, I don't give a fuck if Magic Johnson is 6'9". MVP Derrick Rose will dunk on his ass. Don't play with me. MVP Derrick Rose was one of the greatest players ever, and it took LeBron James to stop him.
Okay, so going back to that, who was against David Robinson? I forgot who you mentioned.
Who did I mention that was against David Robinson in the argument?
Right.
No, it wasn't against David Robinson. Was it against David Robinson? Yeah, it was David Robinson versus Kevin Love.
Oh, okay. I'll give that one to David Robinson.
Of course. But
And then,
if you would say complete offensive game, like scoring, Kevin Love is elite. He's one of the most elite big man scorers of all time, versatile in every way possible.
yeah.
And I think he's very underrated, bro. Dudes be looking at me crazy, bro, for having him in my top 10 power forwards all time.
Kevin
I
Love?
don't give a fuck. He's the best passing big man I've ever seen outside of Nikola Jokic.
Okay, so how about the benches? Can we compare the benches? The bench players, 92 against the 2012.
Yeah,
Was on the bench.
let me look at all the players that was on the team but wasn't there because of injury and shit like that. I'm gonna go with Team USA first, the 2012 team. 1 second. One second. 2012 Olympic basketball team roster. KD, LeBron James, James Harden, Chris Paul, Anthony Davis, Darren Williams, Andre Iguodala. Coming off that bench was probably fucking Blake Griffin, Tyson Chandler, Carmelo Anthony, Kobe, Kevin Love. 1 second. I'm trying to find that damn. I'm trying to find that list of those players that were left out. I know Derrick Rose was one of them. Damn. Cause bro, I'm telling you, bro, if you add on the players that were left out, in my opinion, the dream team is getting beat, bro. You gotta understand, bro. We got Kobe, we got Iguodala, we got Blake Griffin. I'm talking about as soon as I jump up, your ass is dunked on. Lob City Blake Griffin, bro. Tyson Chandler, defensive player of the year. We talking about New York Nick Carmelo. 3 to the dome, nigga gonna pull up on anybody, Carmelo. Bro, Right. Darren Williams, bro, he was a very good point guard at that time in the league, bro. He was a top five point guard. Anthony Davis was a rookie, but that motherfucker was a monster. CP3, damn near in his prime. That was like Lob City Clippers CP3.
Yeah.
And then you
Well,
had James, you had the James Harden that was 3 and D. He give you great defense, pull up for the three. You feel me? And then of course you had LeBron James in the apex of his prime, and KD not even in his prime. Like, bro, that team was fucking ridiculous, man.
yeah.
I mean, seriously.
You know what they should have like another edition of the comparison with the benches of 1992 against 2012. That
Mm,
would be crazy, man.
1 second. I'm going to figure out. I'm going to figure out. So Kevin Love Iguodala remembers of the 2010 World Championship team. Um, damn, bro. I know it was Derrick Rose and somebody. Let me see something real quick. I'm going to type in some players left off the 2012 Olympic NBA team.
Okay, and those are the players that actually did not see the floor, right? And playing.
Yeah.
What did they do? They just sat on the bench.
Because of injury or whatever the case may be. Yeah.
Because I'm thinking in the '92 Dream Team, besides Chris and Leitner, I was thinking who else was on the bench.
Okay. So we had Eric Gordon, Rudy Gay, uh, Lamar Odom, Chris Bosh, LaMarcus Aldridge, Derrick Rose, Chauncey Billups, Dwayne Wade, Dwight Howard, Andrew Bynum. Bro, ain't no motherfucking nobody in this world winning against that. Are you nuts? In 2012, are you fucking smoking crack? What? Okay,
Okay, okay.
let's just say for fun, we're gonna take out Tyson Chandler and replace him with LaMarcus Aldridge. We're gonna take out CP3, replace him with Derrick Rose. We're gonna take out Anthony Davis. No, no, we ain't gonna take out Anthony Davis. We're gonna keep it just like that. The replacements. So, bro, oh yeah, we take out Kevin Love and we put Dwight Howard in there. Who else we can take out? We take out James Harden and put in Dwayne Wade. Bro, ain't nobody winning against that team. I don't give a fuck, bro. You could take the best players from the 80s and 90s and put them on one team. They ain't beating this team, bro.
I,
They're not.
okay, so I'm curious about the what you did with the 2012 team. I want you to do the same thing with the '92 Dream Team.
What do
Like
you
look
mean?
up,
Like, oh, look up if anybody was injured or anything like that?
right?
Okay,
I was
bet
on the
I got
bench
you.
because yeah, those are
Right.
some good players that you just mentioned right
Well,
now
well, we know about Isaiah Thomas being left off that team.
for sure.
Let me go to that real quick and see what's up. Players left off the 1992 Dream Team. Tuh. So Isaiah Thomas led the Detroit Pistons to NBA titles in 1989 and 1990, and was also an NBA All-Star Game starter in February 1992. Whose coach Chuck Daly was the Barcelona Olympic head coach, was left off the greatest scoring the greatest collection of NBA superstars. Who were the 12 players on the roster of the Dream Team? So he was the only one left off.
Oh, okay.
All right, let me
So,
make sure I go down the line and name all those players once again for everybody to know on that 1992 Dream Team. Damn, if this. Okay. Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Charles Barkley, Karl Malone, John Stockton, Patrick Ewing. And I respect all of these players and everything they did at that moment and all the way up to now. But I just still don't believe that they could beat the 2012 roster. Karl Malone, John Stockton, Patrick Ewing. Uh, because outside of this, is another thing I want to mention before I'm done with this list. Outside of Magic Johnson, Derrick Rose is destroying motherfucking. I love Isaiah. I love John Stockton, and see, you have to end up making Pippen play point guard, bro. Because I'm telling you, and I'm telling you right now, Derrick Rose and fucking D Wade in 2012 on one team, you're dead. You fucking dead. It's too much athleticism and hustle. We talking about two Chicago bred hardcore monsters, monsters, bro. But I just wanted to mention that. Karl Malone, John Stockton, Patrick Ewing, David Robinson, Clyde Drexler, Scottie Pippen, Chris Mullin, and Christian Laettner. Laettner. How's that pronounced exactly? Laettner or Laettner?
Leitner.
Laettner. Got you. Yeah. So that was the team. Yeah. Respect that team a lot, bro. But man, bro, bro, like, you gotta understand, bro. KD, LeBron, and Kobe, bro. That's a lot to deal with by itself. Then you add in fucking Dwight Howard and D Wade, or the Dwight Howard and Derrick Rose. Like, bro, it's too much, bro. That let me tell you something. That motherfucking Dwight Howard I'm talking about will dunk on any of them niggas, bro. I respect David Robinson. I respect all the bigs on that team, bro. But you're not gonna outmuscle and push that dude around, bro. You're not doing it. This boy was back to back. He was 3 years in a row, bro. Defensive player of the year. Are you nuts? One of the most athletic centers of all time, bro. You getting dunked on, bro. And ain't nobody gonna be able to keep up with him running the floor. Patrick Ewing won't keep up. Chris Mullin, David Robinson, Charles Barkley will, and that's only because he's 6'6". Christian Laettner. These dudes ain't fucking keeping up with prime Dwight Howard. Are you nuts? What? Derrick Rose, Dwight Howard, D Wade, and LeBron and KD on the break? You're dead. That's an unguardable fast break. That's an unguardable fast break, bro.
Yeah, the line was pretty good too for the 2012.
Bro,
2013. Wow, man.
that team was ridiculous, bro.
That's stacked, huh? I don't know, man. So I wonder who the writer was that wrote that article that you just finished reading.
Um, I'm gonna go back to it. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, he's probably like in his 50s. You know, and to pick the 92 Dream Team. That's funny.
Damn, what the fuck happened to that article I just had went to? 2012 roster. I guess it's Wikipedia. Let me see. No, it wasn't no damn Wikipedia. It was a Bleacher Report. But it's not this particular one I'm looking at. I'm not sure, but it was around Bryant Knox. He's the one that wrote that, I guess. Yeah, Bryant Knox. He wrote that. But I need to get. Let me see one time real quick. That ain't it. Here we go. Pardon my biased Bleacher Report. It don't have a specific name, um, but yeah, whoever wrote that, man, he was in depth, and there was a great comparison. For somebody that for somebody myself, um, and I would say I'm very unbiased, but I'm biased at some points because I love LeBron James and I love the Lakers, bro. And I'm just gonna keep it 1,000. I don't care what nobody think, but I'm still unbiased as far as from a talent perspective and evaluating. It is what it is. Whoever beat LeBron, beat LeBron. Whoever LeBron beat, he beat. It is what it is. But from this perspective, I'm very unbiased um when it comes to that guy's take on Team USA 2012 versus the 1992 Dream Team in this aspect of he broke down all the facts and he gave you a history. He gave you the meat, potatoes, onions, and everything that goes into the whole meal. Um, but at the end of the day, the other players that I mentioned that weren't even able to get on 2012 team, the 2012 team, weren't mentioned. So he kind of left out the hot sauce and the napkin. He had the whole meal, but when you got to the table, you didn't pull your chair all the way up, and you didn't have a hot sauce, and you didn't have a napkin. You know what I mean? So it's like I figured I'd go down the line and name Derrick Rose and the rest of those players, and then guys that think that 1992 Dream Team was the best team ever comprised would think twice, or at least you would say, you know what, I still think the Dream Team would win, but I respect his point of view a lot more. So
Yes, and that's where I'm
that's
at
all I
right now.
wanted to do.
Yeah, that's where
Yeah,
I'm at right now. What you just said, I do think the '92 was better, but I do have a lot of respect for the 2012 Olympic team as well. These players were like, yeah,
and
these players were stacked, man. These players had a lot of talent.
and really at the end of the day, that's all I want to do on my platform is have discussions and debates. And at the end of this, whether we agree or disagree, you're gonna walk away with more knowledge and learn something. Have respect for the opposing side. Have more respect for the opposing side at the end of this conversation or debate. That's all I want to achieve in the midst of conversations or debate on the panel. I'm not trying to tear nobody down personally, tear down their favorite player. I might take a shot. I might talk about Kawhi's knees, shit like that. But outside of that, I keep it fair. I keep it in bounds.
But I respect you for that. I appreciate you, letting me come on your panel. That we talked tonight. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, I
And
definitely appreciate you pulling up too, bro.
and
I
get
definitely do.
and get ready for Friday and bring your NFL picks for Sunday.
Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I'm gonna be on that. And I'm waking up early in the morning, and I'm gonna be uploading videos and doing a lot of stuff.
But I appreciate it, and then I'll see you sometime this week, and for sure we'll get together on Friday and we'll do our NFL picks.
All right, salute, Don.
Salute to you, man. I appreciate it.
All right,
Have yourself a good morning or wherever you're at.
yeah, I'm gonna get ready to turn it on in, bro.
All right, man. So thanks a lot, man. I'll be talking to you soon.
All right.
All right.
To everybody also on the panel, everybody that came in, like, shared, and subscribed. So, anybody that came on the panel, anybody in the comments, I definitely appreciate your attention, your eyes and your ears tonight. Um, and to everybody that like, shared, and subscribed, I appreciate that also. Um, this is Slide on them TV. This is my first podcast, and I think it's a very successful one. Thank you for tuning in. Until next time, I see y'all. Be blessed. Keep it facts. Keep it stats. I'm out of here.